Could it be that he wants to have a spiritual exchange with me at this moment? Yunxiang thought to herself, feeling her heart beating fast. Yes, Yunxiao said seriously. That accident has benefited everyone's cultivation greatly. Your divine body is of the fire attribute while I'm of the opposite attribute, water. Perhaps this is the reason why divine bodies can fuse and nourish each other. When this is over, we can go back to Yanwu and study it in detail. Yunxiang almost fainted. She could no longer remember how she managed to walk out of the spiritual intercourse monastic robe after studying it. The intense warmth coming from the southern fire golden crystal source in her storage bag made her feel surprised, happy, and embarrassed. Kid, you want to take this little girl in, right? The demonic dragon transmitted a message to him through his soul. Stop joking, Yunxiao denied. You know the benefits that the god bodies brought us last time. It's twice the effort with half the result. It's good for everyone. If she's close to you all the time, will she be able to marry someone else in the future? Prince Evil Dragon said in disdain. This buy-in, Yunxiao was dumbfounded, looking a little embarrassed, but a strange emotion spread in his heart. The news that the Heavenly One Pavilion and Tianyuan Trading Company had an early battle, and that the Heavenly One Pavilion had been defeated, spread like the wind throughout Songyue City in an instant. For a time, Yunxiao's name was at its peak. After all, the impact of this matter was simply too great. It had completely exceeded everyone's expectations, and could even be said to have turned the tables. In addition, the Chamber of Commerce was a first-class intelligence agency, so all of Yunxiao's secrets were dug out and spread wildly in the city. That kid is the inheritor of the spiritual chi of Mount Meru. No wonder he's so powerful. Tianyuan Trading Company has hidden so well that they have such a trump card. The entire situation is even more unpredictable now. Not only that, I heard that 2 of the 10 titled martial sovereigns went to Yanwu to fight for the spiritual energy, but they still returned without success. Do you know why? Because this brat had connections to the heavens. He actually managed to get through to the Saint Domain. The Holy Region has issued an iron order, and the city of Yanwu is directly given to him. That's right, I've also heard of it. Yunxiao seemed to be the illegitimate son of some big shot in the Holy Region, and he had been placed in the remote southern region in order to hide his identity. But the resources he had secretly transported over the years were definitely an astronomical figure. Otherwise, at his age, he would have killed Star Constellation with a single palm strike back in Yanwu. Magnet. He was the one who killed old monster Xianxia? That would be too terrifying. Who else in the younger generation could be his match? I heard that Ding Ling had been hiding in the southern region all these years to serve this man. I also heard that they even have a few sons. Now it seems that it is true. TSK. What a pity my life. Humph, what's there to pity? Other people have a saint-level big shot as a father, but do you? It was normal for a goddess to throw herself at him. Ding Shan's vision was really far. He had long sent his daughter to the southern mountain range to be someone else's child bride. And now, the clouds had finally parted and the moon was bright. According to reliable sources, the betrothal gift is the entire city of Yanwu. Sigh, that's their fate. We poor losers should stop dreaming. Come, let's drink. I'll strive to break through to Wuzong as soon as possible. Find an ordinary sect to live in seclusion. Take a dozen wives, and live a carefree life. Young Master Yun, do you really have a child with Sister Ling? Doesn't that mean we have many junior brothers? On the way to the banquet, Yunxiao and the other 2 had heard all kinds of rumors. Yunxiao kicked Xiaohuang Hao Lian and scolded him with a smile. When has such matters in the streets ever been true? However, I do have a disciple and I don't know where he is at the moment. Perhaps he is in the Holy Region. As soon as he thought of Meng Wu and her brother, his expression suddenly became a little sad. He didn't mention this matter to the 2 of them, but he told them about it at this moment. Hearing this, young Emperor Haolian was furious. That Wei Qing is a fucking bastard. When young Master Yun recovers, he'll take us to the sanctuary and give that bastard a few slaps. Humph, killing your way into the sanctuary realm? How dare you? Even if Hua Qianshu and Jun Ruyun are here, I'm afraid that any captain of the law enforcement team will be able to annihilate our entire team, Mo Xiaochuan said disdainfully. Besides, according to young Master Yun, little junior brother must have an inextricable connection with Wei Qing. Could it be that he's the illegitimate child of a great figure in the Holy Region? No matter what, I have to go to the Holy Region, Yun Xiao said coldly. But not now. Although the three of them were chatting leisurely as they walked, they had never escaped the surveillance of the various spies. Soon, they entered the Four Extremes sect's encampment and felt a sense of peace. The three of you are Wufu. The two guards of the Four Extremes sect sized up the three of them. The aura that Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian exuded made their hearts turn cold, and they were on high alert. Please inform Tang Xian that Li Yunxiao is here. Ah? Why, you are young Master Yun. Please wait a moment. I'll immediately inform the second young master. One of the guards was shocked and hurriedly opened the restriction. Please come in. I'll go to Shufeng now. The two guards were both taken aback. After Yun Xiao and the other two entered the restrictive barrier, they suddenly flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. What about the three of them? The guard who had let them in was stunned, not knowing what to do. Are those three not Li Yunxiao but imposters? Another person analyzed in shock, causing the few of them to break out in cold sweat. The cultivator who had let them in was even more so. He trembled and said, What should we do now? We can only play dumb, the other man said with a gloomy face. If the higher-ups find out that we've casually let someone in, not only will you be finished, but I'll also be in trouble. Arg. Then, what if something happens? You're playing dumb. These people have remarkable abilities. God knows how they entered from where, so it's fine as long as we don't know anything. Could it be that you want to go to young master's place to receive your punishment? No, don't be scared. The man trembled in fear when he heard about the punishment. You won't betray me when the time comes, will you? What kind of words are you saying? What kind of person do you take me for? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just too worried. It's fine, we're not friends. Oh, that's right, I can't get along with your sister-in-law at all. I've already divorced her. I heard that your most beautiful little sister is 14 years old this year. I have feelings for her, you know that. While the two guards were still talking, Yun Xiao and the other two had already appeared in a long corridor in the Four Extremes sect's encampment. This Four Extremes sect is indeed a little strange, Yun Xiao said. Not only is there a restrictive array outside, but there are also restrictive spells everywhere inside. You'll be in trouble if you're not careful. Yeah, the internal struggles are too intense, young Emperor Hao Lian said. Tang Jie is in the west and is also covered by a restrictive spell. Moreover, it seems to be very unusual. He pointed to the distance. There were faint lights behind a few cloisters, which seemed to be within the restriction. Well, I'll go in alone. You guys go into the Divine Realm tablet. I'll call you out if there's any problem. A bright light flashed between Yun Xiao's brows, and the two men were taken in. Then, he sent a voice transmission. Xiao Huang, there's a person inside that you've sealed before. Go unseal him now. Then, his figure flashed and he headed west. Eh? Who was it that I sealed? Young Emperor Hao Lian was full of doubts. It was his first time entering the Divine Realm tablet, and his eyes were full of curiosity and shock. When he saw Duan Yu's figure, his expression suddenly became strange, and he said in surprise, It's him. Mo Xiaochuan asked, Young Master Yun, you're talking about him? How did you manage to seal him? Nothing, it's about picking up girls. Young Emperor Hao Lian smiled awkwardly. Every time I pick up a girl, it's like a couple. Everyone is willing, but this kid wants to ruin my good thing when he can't eat grapes, so he took over the grudge. However, I saw that he was still a good man, so I only sealed him. With your boastful personality, you're going to get into big trouble sooner or later. Mo Xiaochuan frowned. I'll follow senior brother and young Master Yun from now on, young Emperor Hao Lian hurriedly said with a smile. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. The Four Extremes sect's encampment was even larger than Tianyuan trading companies. It was exquisitely decorated and had many names. From this, one could see that the sect's strength was extraordinary. The overall work was also meticulous. Xianxia carefully crossed a few corridors and courtyards, and soon arrived at the western courtyard. It was a dilapidated courtyard, overgrown with weeds, and the gate was not locked. It's another spatial layout. It's a little troublesome. A red gleam emerged in Xianxia's eyes as he swept his eyes around the courtyard, looking for a spatial gap. There's actually no trace of Xianxia. The person who set this up must be too skilled. He searched for a while and felt a little surprised. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he suddenly noticed that someone was moving in this direction. His figure flashed and he hid in the air. There were 3 gray-robed men, and they all seemed to be 8 stars martial emperors. The 3 of them stopped in front of the door. The leader took out a token, drew a symbol in the air, and then threw it into the small courtyard. As the token entered, the empty courtyard suddenly flashed with light and a layer of mist appeared. The token floated in the mist. The space around them twisted and a passageway opened up. White light flickered within the passageway, and spiritual energy was abundant. The man in the lead drew a few symbols in the air, and the token immediately flew back into his hand. After taking back the token, the 3 of them stepped into the passage. The moment the passage closed, Xianxia slowly walked out of the void and followed them in without anyone noticing. The space in the passage was not big, but it surprised Xianxia. There was nothing else in the narrow space except a pavilion about 5 stories high, hundreds of meters in both length and width, which almost filled the space. The building was very grand, but the carvings on it revealed a hint of demonic air. There were also all kinds of strange drawings of humans and monsters. It was obviously not a common architectural style in the realm of heavenly martial arts, and should be a building of the demon race. These demons are just temporary residences. Is there a need to make it so grand? How extravagant? Could it be that they want to turn this place into their nest? Xianxia mumbled a few words as he followed the few men and sneaked into the demon pavilion. Although the demon pavilion was large, there were very few people in it, so it was easy for Xianxia to follow the 3 of them without being discovered. On the contrary, he found it a little strange that there was a restriction placed with such loose defenses. The 3 of them walked up to the 2nd level of the demon pavilion and entered a large hall. Xianxia's heart trembled slightly as he sensed a powerful demonic aura coming from inside. He didn't dare to be careless. He formed a seal with his right hand and drew an arc in front of him. He immediately used a high-level stealth technique to hide himself and followed them stealthily. The 3 of them walked into the hall. It was empty inside, and there was only a green formation that was slowly operating. The 3 of them became nervous when they saw it. They didn't dare to disturb it and stood quietly to the side. Xianxia's pupils constricted as he hid in the void. The 2 people sitting inside the array were Xianxia and Yu, who seemed to be cultivating some kind of cultivation technique. At this moment, Xianxia's aura had already reached the level of a martial honor. However, his entire body was emitting a demonic aura. He should have been taught the demon clan's skills. However, he did not see the shadows of the other great demons. They should be in seclusion somewhere else. He did not know how strong they were now. The current strength of those demons was also an important piece of information that he wanted to know. Yu sat quietly in the formation. His body was blocked by a faintly discernible force, and it was impossible to determine his strength. In addition, he was also an 8th-tier great alchemist with extremely strong mental power, so Xianxia did not dare to probe too much. After a long time, as if he had completed a full circulation of his cultivation technique, Xianxia breathed in and out, absorbing all the demonic qi that spread out from his body. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. The 3 people who had been waiting for a long time hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Young master, the materials have arrived." The 3 of them each took out a storage bag and handed it over one by one. Xianxia's face was expressionless as his divine sense swept past. Suddenly, it stopped on the 3rd storage bag, and his face immediately darkened. He shouted, "Why are there so few demonic crystals?" The man trembled. "These are all that's left in the warehouse. They're all here." Tang Jie's face flashed with a touch of hostility as he said coldly, "All here? Does that mean it'll be gone in the future?" The man licked his dry lips and said nervously, "We need to purchase it in bulk again. After all, the demand for this item was not high in the past, so very few people used it." "Then what are you still standing here for? Hurry up and collect it," Tang Jie said angrily. "We'll take as many as we can at all costs." "Yes." The man was shocked and quickly bowed to leave. At the same time, he felt relieved. Tang Jie was obviously very dissatisfied with the demonic crystals provided this time, and the aura on his body became a little impetuous. Rain opened her eyes at the same time and said, "Your demonic skill has reached a very high level, and the effect of the demonic crystal is getting weaker and weaker. The rest will depend on your own strength and cultivation. If Myriad Treasures Store's Li Feiyu is only at the level you mentioned, then you can easily defeat him." "Humph!" Tang Jie snorted and said, "Before I met you, I was a frog at the bottom of a well in the Merchant Union. I thought that the Merchant Union was the only one in the world. It was only after the trip to Yao Yuan that he realized how vast the world was and how ignorant he had been. Now that I know how big the world is, I'll not only focus on the Merchant Union. I'll also defeat the 4 prodigies of the North one by one, and Li Yunxiao and Yifan, who has obtained Noah's ship, will be my biggest opponents." Li Yunxiao and Yifan are indeed 2 great scourges. You frowned and said, "But it's not the right time to do so. It's not a problem for you to deal with the 2 of them with your current strength. It's just that they both have saint artifacts in their hands, so it's extremely difficult to deal with them. After Lord Shang has repaired the armillary sphere, we will have the strength to fight them." Yes, the size of the world is indeed difficult to measure. In the past, I wouldn't have believed that so many saint tools would appear all of a sudden. I wonder if the armillary sphere can be repaired smoothly. Originally, the chances of getting the essence of the ancient evergreen tree are extremely low. Fortunately, your 4 extreme sect has a treasure of the monster race, the Wheel of Sacrifice. As long as Lord Shang controls the Wheel of Sacrifice, he will be able to repair the armillary sphere. Humph, that will has been in my 4 extremes sect for countless years, and no one has ever been able to identify its origin. Even the Mei family only knew that it was extraordinary. I didn't expect it to be an evil being of your demon race. There is nothing evil in this world. It's just that people have evil hearts. No matter what you say, that thing's existence is an extremely evil thing." The 2 people at the side were confused. They didn't know what the Kush wheel was, but they were used to these people's earth-shaking words. They just stood there silently and didn't dare to say anything. Young Master Tang's words are biased. The Zhu Shi wheel has existed for countless years, and no one has ever felt that there is anything wrong with it. A woman's voice was heard. Li had appeared in the hall with a smile on her face. There was a faint sense of mystery about her. She was no longer as weak as she was in the demon land. It was obvious that she had recovered a lot of her strength. "How did you get out?" Yu Jing asked. "Don't tell me it's Ying Luo?" "Soon, but not yet." Li shook her head and smiled. She waved her hand and threw a storage bag to Tang Jie, saying, "This is the essence of the ancient evergreen tree. Lord Shang has no use for it anymore. You can absorb it to suppress the demonic qi in your body, in case your body can't withstand the negative effects of the demonic crystal." Rain frowned in dissatisfaction. "You came out at such a critical moment just to say this?" "There's one more thing," said Li with a smile, "and that's to take care of the rats. This monster palace is one of my spatial treasures, so I can sense everything in it. That man is really good at hiding, so it's normal that you didn't notice him." "What? Someone has sneaked in?" Everyone was shocked. Tang Jie and Yu's killing intent suddenly spread in the hall. The content of their discussion was too shocking and could not be spread. The 2 martial royal realm experts broke out in cold sweat. If someone had entered, it must have been someone who had followed them in. If something were to happen, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. "Don't worry," Li chuckled. "He's just a rat at the martial emperor realm. Although this person's concealment technique is extremely high, it's a pity that his cultivation base is a mess." She raised her hand and flicked her finger. A ray of light shot toward a corner in the sky. Rat your sister. Yunxiao knew that he had been seen through. After cursing, he emerged from the void and easily dodged the attack, revealing his true body in front of everyone. I was wondering how you guys had the time to build such a magnificent house. So it's a magic weapon. Is this how you all welcome your old friends? Ah! Tang Jie and the other two were shocked when they saw Yunxiao's true face. Even Li's face changed. Although she could sense the man's cultivation base, she could not know his appearance. Li Yunxiao, you're really bold. You came to your death in person. After the shock, Tang Jie's face suddenly became ferocious. He laughed and said, "Haha, I was just worried about not having a place to find you. The heavens are helping me." Yu's face froze instantly. He locked all his attention on Yunxiao, fearing that he would escape. This was a rare opportunity, so he had to make her stay no matter what. What for? Do you want to give me a good deal? Yunxiao said coldly, and then his figure dissipated in the air. You want to escape? Dream on. Yu's eyes narrowed, and a force immediately spread out, sealing the entire hall. Li also made her move. The hall began to rumble under her control, and all the doors and windows were closed. It was as if a giant beast had suddenly closed its mouth. Yunxiao did not take the opportunity to escape as they had thought. After he teleported away, he appeared in front of Tang Jie in the next moment and quickly took the storage bag from his hand. Escape? You've treated me so well. Why would I want to escape? After his attack succeeded, he dispersed once again and floated in the sky. His eyes were filled with joy. The storage bag was indeed filled with the essence of the ancient evergreen tree. It would definitely be of great use to him. Ah? You! Tang Jie's body trembled. He was so angry that his things were snatched by the other party. A red light flashed in his hand and a scarlet sword appeared in his hand. He slashed it and roared. Let's forget all the old and new grudges today. Great Void Slash. His vermilion bird saber had been obtained by Hao Lian Xiaohuang on the Demon Land, and the sword in his hand was an 8th tier profound level weapon. Haha! My old friends are dying one by one, and there aren't many left. I'll cherish what I have. Next time we meet, I'm leaving. Yunxiao laughed as he dodged Tang Jie's attack in the air. Then, he took out an item from his storage bag, which was shimmering with a green mist. It was the heart-cleansing sandalwood he had obtained from Zhang Linghua, the sect leader of the Big Dipper sect. Yunxiao grabbed it and scattered it. A stream of Imu Qi spread out in all directions, and as he chanted an incantation, his figure grew fainter and fainter. In the end, he turned into a blue lightning bolt and flashed through the air. The crowd only had time to hear a crackling sound before the blue lightning bolt reached the door. Stop him! Yu was shocked that Yunxiao could directly turn into a thunderbolt, catching him off guard. Regretfully, he suddenly thrust out his tail light sword and chased after Yunxiao. Even without Yu's warning, Li knew to stop them. The entire group of Demon's Palace was her Dharma treasure and she could control it at will. With a hand seal, the weapon power of the Demon Palace surged toward the door. Boom! Just as the two of them attacked at the same time, a terrifying flame power spread out of the thunderbolt, which directly broke a big hole in the door, and Yunxiao, who had turned into a thunderbolt, disappeared without a trace. This Tao Wu! Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. They stood there and looked at the huge hole. There were still flames burning in the surroundings. Although they were not strong, they did not seem to be extinguished. Level 10 Divine Fire. Rain gritted his teeth and slashed out with his sword. Only then did the burning part disappear and turn into ashes in the air. Stop him! Why didn't you stop him? Tang Jie was so angry that he almost fainted. He roared at Li. Didn't you say, little rat? Didn't you say that the entire monster palace is under your control? Li looked at him as if he was an idiot and said, We're all humans. So why is there such a huge gap between us? She no longer paid attention to Tang Jie's roar. With a worried look on her face, she said to Yu, You, what do we do? Rain's expression was also extremely ugly, but he didn't panic. The entire group of Demon's Palace is under my space seal. Although he has escaped from the group of Demon's Palace, he might not be able to escape the space seal so easily. Let's go after him first. Li was also about to give chase when his heart suddenly moved. He frowned and said, "Someone has barged in again. It seems to be the same person as last time." "Those scums aren't a threat," you said coldly. "But we can't let Yuan soon escape. Tang Jie, you deal with those scumbags who came last time. Li and I will go after Li Yunxiao." After he finished speaking, he disappeared from the hall. Li followed him and disappeared. Only a gloomy-looking Tang Jie was left in the hall. He roared, "In your eyes, my strength is only enough to deal with trash? You demonic beasts. I'll trample all of you under my feet sooner or later." The other two were silent like cicadas in winter, so nervous that they didn't dare to make a sound. Tang Jie looked at them coldly and said, "Come with me. Let's go and see what those scums from Death God Palace are up to. This time we must not let them escape." The three of them immediately gave chase, leaving only an empty formation still running in the hall. "Strange. Where is he?" Yu and Li immediately lost sight of Yunxiao after they left. The entire space was not large, and they could see everything except for the Demon Group Palace. "Could it be that he has broken out of the seal?" Li Jing said. "That's impossible." Yu Lengling said, "It's not that he doesn't have the strength, but if he wants to break the seal, it'll cause a huge commotion. There's no elemental energy fluctuation here at all. I suspect he's still in the Hall of Monsters." "Impossible." This time it was Li's turn to firmly deny it. He said, "You also know that this monster palace is my Dharma treasure. If you're inside, you can't escape my perception." "I'd believe it if it were someone else," you said through gritted teeth with a gloomy face. "But he is Li Yunxiao. Other than little Qing who transformed from wood to spirit, have you seen anyone who possesses a saint tool and a level 10 divine flame, as well as the technique of transforming their body into lightning? Even though we've all made great progress and recovered with the help of the 4 extreme sex resources, I feel that his progress is faster than any of us. If we don't kill this person soon, he will become a major threat to our demon race." "No, he's already a big problem now." "I agree with your judgment about this man," said Li. "However, if he hides in the Monster Group Palace and uses a secret technique that even I can't find, how can we find him?" "Wait." You calmed his emotions and spat out a word. "There is only one way. I don't know why he's here, but as long as he makes any noise in the hall, he won't be able to escape your perception. There must be some kind of restriction to his ability to transform into lightning, or else he wouldn't have needed to escape if he could use it infinitely." Li also calmed down and said, "I forgot that this person still has a saint artifact. Perhaps he really has a way to resist my perception." There weren't many people in the Monster Palace. Lord Shang had Wing to guard his place, Yuan Sun had a few experts from the 4 extreme sect, and the rest of the buildings were empty. As long as he makes any strange movements, he won't be able to escape my grasp. The two of them quietly guarded the entrance of the spatial seal, sitting cross-legged in the air and waiting quietly. After transforming into a thunderbolt, Yunxiao did not intend to escape. Instead, he wanted to find out more about the Jushi wheel. After all, it was extremely shocking and incredible for him to be able to ensure that he could repair a supreme-grade profound-level artifact. However, after knowing the secret of the monster palaces, they didn't dare to act as boldly as they did before. Instead, they summoned the Devil Sky armor to cover their bodies. Since this Hall of Demons was a profound-level weapon, it was natural that it would be suppressed by the equivalent value of a profound-level weapon. The Devil Sky Silk was at the peak of the 9th rank. Even though it had lost its demonic chi, its level was still there. It was enough to suppress the Monster Horde Palace and hide his aura from others. He wandered aimlessly in the hall for a while and finally made a discovery. The layout of the group of demons' palace was very delicate. All kinds of exotic flowers and rare herbs were planted on the 4th floor, and there was a fountain of rocks and a stone-paved road under their feet. A few powerful auras were looming near a small courtyard, which attracted Yunxiao's attention. Could this be where Yi is in seclusion? But I can't feel any demonic chi. Yunxiao gradually disappeared into the void and slowly sneaked over. Suddenly, a person came in from outside. It was Tang Jie. Tang Jie's face was very calm as he walked straight to the small courtyard. A ray of light condensed in front of the small courtyard, and a thin figure slowly walked out. He said, "Young master." "Yes, Elder Hao, you've worked hard. I have something to look for you." Elder Tong hesitated and said, "This buy-in." "What's this?" "Elder Tong was sent by Lord Father to assist me. Could it be that he has become the subordinate of those demons?" Tang Jie's expression changed and he said coldly, "Young master is overthinking. Go in." Elder Chu immediately opened up a path for him, and his entire body dissipated into light and shadow. "Humph. Remember your duty," Tang Jie said coldly. "Also, no matter what happens in there, you are not allowed to enter." The void was silent, and there was no response. Tang Jie snorted coldly and went inside. Yun Xiao grew suspicious, feeling that something was wrong. Elder Hao's cultivation base was definitely at the rank of a martial supreme. He would most likely be discovered if he were to sneak in recklessly. In addition, there were several other weaker divine senses which he was confident of. After pondering for a while, he sent a voice transmission to the Divine Realm tablet to formulate countermeasures. Young Emperor Hao Lian's figure appeared from the Divine Realm tablet. He turned into a beam of light and passed through the small courtyard, as if he was going to force his way in. "Who are you?" "You're looking for death." Elder Hao's voice was heard. Then the space trembled slightly, and the skinny figure appeared. He slapped out a palm in the air. "Ha ha! You're the one who's going to die, old man." "Ha ha ha!" Young Emperor Haolian laughed as he punched out with his Vajra fist. Spatial power gathered on his fist wind and clashed with the palm force. Under Yunxiao's warning, he knew that this man was very powerful, so he did not dare to be careless. He attacked with all his strength without hiding anything. Boom! The two overbearing forces collided, shaking the entire group of Demon's Palace. Elder Chu's expression changed slightly. It was clear that the person's strength had exceeded his expectations. With a cold snort, he turned into a strong wind and attacked. Young Emperor Haolian's heart skipped a beat. This old man's strength was beyond his expectations. In fact, he was even more powerful than Mo Xiaochuan. Fortunately, his plan was only to lure the enemy. After the palm strike, he had no intention of fighting again. He instantly retreated and fled into the distance. The two's palms drew out the other martial artists who were hiding in the void. There were a total of 4 of them, and all of them were martial supremes. Yun Xiao's heart trembled. There were actually 5 martial emperors hiding in this small courtyard. Even the 4 extreme sect could not easily bring out such a powerful combat force. "Humph, you want to escape?" Since he had revealed his true appearance, he had to die. "The 4 of you stay here to prevent anyone else from coming." After Elder Hao said this, he turned into a ray of light and chased after them. The other 4 looked at each other in confusion, then disappeared into the void again. Yun Xiao sneaked into the courtyard with the help of the shock wave caused by the exchange of palm strikes. These 4 people were only 1-star martial sovereigns. Even without the airflow oscillation, it would not be easy to discover him unless someone had cultivated a special cultivation technique. Yu and Li, who were guarding the entrance of the seal, were both alarmed by the shock. "It's not Li Yunxiao." Li shook his head and said, "But he's not simple either. I didn't expect I would only find him now. And ignore the rest and let the people of the 4 extremes sect handle them. We'll just wait for him, and this time we must kill him." A look of determination appeared on Yu's face, and he didn't care about the aura in the distance. Li also quieted down and waited quietly. Yun Xiao stepped into the courtyard. It was no different from an ordinary residence. There seemed to be a faint fluctuation of primordial energy coming from a small room inside, so he hurriedly and carefully went over. The room was also empty, with a strange red array set up in the center, and a familiar figure was cultivating inside. Yun Xiao almost vomited when he saw the man. It was Yuan Sun, who he had not seen for a long time, and he looked much more energetic. At this moment, Yuan Sun was looking at Tang Jie affectionately and said in a tender voice, What do you mean, young Master Tang? I don't understand. Xiao was almost shaken out of the void by the sound, which sent a chill down his spine and made his hair stand on end. On the contrary, Tang Jie was much calmer. Perhaps it was because he had come into contact with her more often. He said lightly, "Do I still need to say this? These demons are just here to extract the special power from your body. To put it bluntly, you're just their livestock, waiting to be slaughtered at any time. Or maybe it's just a spiritual herb that can be pulled out at any time to be used as medicine." Yuan Sun's face was like a peach blossom, but he sighed with hidden bitterness. He slowly stood up and walked over to Tang Jie's side. He gently leaned his body against Tang Jie's and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying faintly, "So what if I know? Who told you that since ancient times, beautiful women have such a short life?" Xiao covered his mouth with one hand and trembled all over, feeling that he was reaching his limit. But what made him even more frightened was that Tang Jie didn't dodge or avoid it, but instead rubbed it with one hand. At this moment, Xiao felt as if his moral integrity had been completely destroyed, and his mind was in a daze. Then Yuan Sun, either of his own accord or being led by Tang Jie, sat directly on Tang Jie's lap. Xiao covered his mouth and closed his eyes, afraid that he would not be able to hold on any longer. But the voices of the two men kept coming into his ears, giving him goosebumps. "I have a way to make a beauty's life not short, but I don't know if you are willing to try. Oh, young Master Tang, you're so good to me. Sigh. Seeing you so unhappy every day, I feel pain in my heart too." "Really? Why didn't I see it before?" "I won't say anymore. If you trust me, you can start now." "No. I still want you to hug me and kiss me a little longer. There's still a long way to go. If our love lasts for a long time, it won't be in the morning and evening." "All right, I'll do as you say." Then, it seemed to have quietened down. Xiao wanted to open his eyes, but he did not dare to, for fear that he would see something that would make him lose his cool and expose himself. Sure enough, the sound of rapid breathing soon came, and the sound of their soft breathing made Xiao's scalp go numb. "Ah!" Suddenly, Yuan Sun's scream rang out. Xiao's body trembled as he opened his eyes and looked over. He saw the two of them, half naked and mouth to mouth, with a red light constantly being sucked into Tang Jie's mouth. "Why did you do that?" Yuan Sun's expression was one of extreme pain. His face grew paler and paler, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "Why? Yuan Sun, don't tell me you still can't recognize this technique of mine? The Yang art of creation." As Tang Jie absorbed Yuan Sun's energy, he said resentfully, "I've finally obtained this power." Yuan Sun's body trembled weakly as he said, You're not Tang Jie. Who the hell are you?" The suction force seemed to bring him great pain. "Are you my brother's disciple?" he asked. "Not bad. I'm indeed from the Death God Palace, but I wasn't sent by your perverted and damned brother," Tang Jie said coldly. His eyes were filled with anger as he roared in a low voice, "I've already cut your brother into pieces and fed him to the dogs. It's your turn now." Yuan Sun's eyes were filled with deep fear. He kept trying to struggle, but this Tang Jie in front of him was even stronger than him. He had already been struck by his technique and couldn't move. He could only slowly feel his life slipping away and quietly wait for death. Tang Jie's eyes were filled with the pleasure of abuse. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ha ha! What powerful strength! You brothers are indeed perverts. No wonder this group of monster race people trapped you as their bloodhead. After I absorbed your power, you're completely free. No need to thank me. Please call me Lei Feng." Yuan Sun was already at a loss for words. He could only quietly listen to Tang Jie's self-narration. "After I've absorbed the strange force from you and your brother, I'll be able to merge the two of you into one and break through to the 9 heavens martial sovereign realm. Haha, a realm that I've never dared to imagine is actually within my reach. This is what I deserve. The compensation you perverts should give me." Tang Jie's face was getting crazier and crazier, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. I was originally just a young noble who only wanted to inherit a noble's legacy. But I was forced into a dead end by my enemy. When I got the token of death, I thought I saw hope. When I came to you with the hope of revenge, I didn't expect it to be hell. It completely destroyed my 3 views, destroyed my integrity, and destroyed my life. You, Yuring Luo. Yuan Sun's hoarse voice trembled, as if he knew who this person was. Tang Jie continued. What you perverts think is cool is nothing but hell in the eyes of normal people like us. I've endured humiliation to live and finally succeeded in cultivating this abnormal technique of yours. Not only did I obtain all of your brother's strength, but I've also completely taken control of the Death God Palace. But the humiliation I suffered in Death God Palace, I will never forget it for the rest of my life. This is my nightmare for life. I hate all of you, but I hate my enemy even more. But if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I've already chopped your brother alive into meat paste and let him taste the pleasure of seeing his body being eaten up by wild dogs. Don't be afraid, you'll be next. After obtaining your power and combining it with your brother's power, it will be complete. It will then allow me to break through to a higher realm, the martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. Tang Jie's mood gradually calmed down, and the absorption was about to end. He said coldly, although this transformation simulation technique is almost flawless, if you perverts didn't lose your nature at the sight of men, how could I have succeeded so easily? His face began to change slowly, returning to his handsome appearance. He said in a cold voice, once you're dead, the next person I'm going to kill will be the one who pushed me into this land of eternal damnation. My greatest enemy, Liun Xiao. His face, which had completely recovered its appearance, was even more beautiful than Tang Jie's, but it was more enchanting. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. Yun Xiao was completely dumbfounded. The man in front of him was Li Yi, who had been missing for many years. He suddenly felt a sense of sorrow for Li Yi. Although Li Yi was a despicable villain, he was at least a man of steel. In Tianshui, he could be called an outstanding man, but he had ended up in such a miserable state. As he had said, it was definitely hell. Yun Xiao wiped his sweat. He really did not know how he had survived. Bang! Yuan Sun's energy was finally drained, and his shriveled corpse fell to the ground. Li Yi took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. He could not help but want to laugh out loud. The heavens are really unfair. They actually gave such powerful strength to 2 freaks. As expected, the 2 have to combine into one. So powerful. I've never felt such a powerful force before. His resentful gaze landed on Yuan Sun, who was on the ground, and he said coldly, do you think you'll be fine after you die? Just as he was about to go forward and torture the corpse, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly and said, someone actually came. You're lucky. Boom! The door of the small house suddenly broke into pieces and turned into dust. Several martial artists rushed in. The people in the lead were Tang Jie and Li, followed by the 4 martial emperor powerhouses. It turned out that Li had sensed Yuan Sun's aura suddenly disappear at the entrance of the seal. In her shock, she couldn't care about guarding the entrance anymore, leaving you there alone as she rushed over. They happened to see Tang Jie talking to the 4 martial supremes, saying that they had seen another Tang Jie enter. They immediately felt that something was wrong and rushed in. Li immediately saw Yuan Sun's corpse on the ground, and his head spun. Boom! Without another word, Li Yi immediately shattered one of the walls of the house and rushed out. Catch him! Tang Jie was even more furious when he saw Li Yi trying to escape. He had been through a lot today. First, he was short of demon crystals. Then Yun Xiao had stolen the essence of the ancient evergreen tree, and now Yuan Sun was killed by an unknown junior. He was about to explode. After the 4 martial sovereigns rushed out, Tang Jie also followed suit. Li once again examined Yuan Sun. He was indeed dead. He stood there in a daze and said, what should we do now? The mother's power is lost. How do we explain this to Lord Shang? She bent down again and examined it carefully. She frowned and said, from the looks of it, it seems like he died from having his power sucked out. If that's the case, would there be mother's power left in that person's body? When Li thought of this, he immediately ran out. After everyone had left, Yunxiao came out of his hiding place. Looking at the body on the ground, he sighed and said, "Since we're acquaintances, I'll cremate you to prevent you from being ruined." He tapped his finger and the corpse was instantly burned to ashes. Then he sensed the direction and headed outside. The biggest commotion in the entire space was the pursuit between Xiaohuang Hao Lian and Elder Hao. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Xiaohuang Hao Lian was forced to only have the strength to escape. Even so, he was still in a dangerous situation. "Hey, old man, I can't stop fighting." "Humph. It's too late to beg for mercy now." "Beg for mercy? Who was begging for mercy? I only said that we're not fighting anymore, and that everyone should get along harmoniously." Elder Chu did not care about him and chased after him with all his might. He was also vexed in his heart. The other party was focused on escaping and he would not be able to catch up for a while. "Stop!" Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Yunxiao appeared in front of Elder Hao and said with a chuckle, "Old man, the person you're protecting is already dead, and you still have the mood to play hide and seek here? Such a good mentality. I'm impressed." Young Master Yun. As soon as Haolian saw Yunxiao, especially the bright light in his eyes, he knew that his task had been completed. He hurried back to Yunxiao's side and shouted, "This old man is too ruthless. Every move he makes is going to kill me. Young Master Yun, you have to teach me a few more moves. Otherwise, death is a small matter, but losing your face will be a big deal." "What? Yuan Sun is dead. You killed him?" Elder Hao was shocked and said angrily. Yunxiao laughed. "I'm just a martial emperor. How could I have killed Yuan Sun? Everyone is hunting down the murderer. Why don't you go and help?" "Even if I want to help, I'll have to take you down first. Don't even think about getting away with this," Elder Yi said angrily. He pounced forward and struck out with his palm. After knowing that something had happened to Yuan Sun, he didn't hold back at all, and his palm energy enveloped the surroundings. "Let's go." Yunxiao was well prepared. He grabbed Haolian Xiaohuang and teleported away. Form displacement transposition? Elder Tong was shocked and his face turned cold. He said coldly, "Even if you are an 8th-tier alchemist, you can forget about escaping today." His palm force changed, and the space in the surroundings immediately froze. With his palm force as the center, it began to shrink and collapse. "Your sister." Yunxiao's cursing came from a pavilion not far away. He had wanted to teleport as far away as possible, but he was interrupted by Elder Yi's palm. "Let's see where you can run to," Elder Chu shouted coldly. His figure flickered in the air a few times and his palm turned into 10,000 rays of light as he rushed over. Li, who was chasing Li Yi, suddenly had an idea. He looked at the pavilion where Yunxiao was and hurriedly cast a secret technique to inform the rain. Just now, Yunxiao's teleportation had finally exposed his whereabouts. Standing guard at the entrance of the seal, immovable Rain suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light shot out from his eyes and he instantly charged forward. The tail-light sword pointed straight at the coordinates Li had sent him, and he slashed at it as one with the sword. The same target was attacked by two shocking forces. Under the pressure of the strong wind, the buildings began to explode one by one, turning into dust. Under the shocking pressure, Yunxiao had nowhere to go. In a hurry, he had no way out, so he threw out the Divine Realm tablet and pulled Xiaohuang Haolian into it to hide. Boom, boom, boom. The two huge forces collided and exploded. More than half of the monster group palace was shattered, and the strong earthquake was still spreading out. The Divine Realm tablet was also affected by the two forces. Its body suddenly became larger, like an immortal monument falling from the sky, and it was about to crush into the earth. Yunxiao's shadow suddenly appeared on the tablet. He slapped his palm on the tablet and immediately triggered an infinite power of the Wind Realm, turning everything around him into decay. At the same time, he took the Divine Realm tablet and flew away with the wind. Both Elder Yu and Elder Hao were taken aback. Yunxiao was hiding in the hurricane, and the hurricane could directly erode everything. making them not dare to approach it. It even blocked their divine senses, making it impossible for them to see Yunxiao's figure in the wind. Damn it! Yu gritted his teeth. Yunxiao's progress was much more impressive than he had expected, which made him even more determined to kill him. Even if my martial arts are destroyed and my blood runs dry, I will destroy you today. Yu's killing intent was aroused. The light on his body began to intensify, and a scarlet bloodline extended on his body. The tail-light sword emitted a joyful bloodthirsty aura. Elder Tong frowned and fell into deep thought. After the attack, he stopped in the air with his arms crossed, as if he didn't intend to attack. He didn't know if it was because he didn't want to join forces or because he just wanted to see what Rain would do. He didn't have any interactions or words with these demon clan members. He only listened to Xianxia. Sword 11. Yu let out a long hiss, and his sword light shone brightly, making a sharp sound as it cut through the air. A black crack appeared in the air as he chased after the man. Yunxiao's figure gradually appeared in the strong wind, and the divine realm tablet was in his hand. He sneered and said, You want to kill me just like how I want to kill you. But now is not the time to kill you. We'll part here. A large amount of Yi-Wood Qi was released from his body. It was the essence of the ancient evergreen tree that he had snatched from Xianxia. Boom! Yu's sword pierced through Yunxiao's chest, and the sword beam hit the distance with a powerful tremor. Yu's pupils contracted, shock filling his eyes. Yunxiao did not disappear, but he turned into thunder again. Yunxiao's body gradually faded under the second Wood Qi. He looked indifferently at the shocked Yu, then gently put his hand, which had turned into a thunderbolt, on Yu's forehead and said, The body turns into lightning, like the origin of the 5 elements, and cannot be broken without the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens. Although your attack is not below the Emperor Qi, it's a pity that there is a difference in level. Goodbye. I hope I can take your life the next time we meet. He softly spat out 2 words and said, Lightning collapse. Boom! A large amount of thunderbolt power gathered in Yunxiao's palm and shook Yu Toyu's head, whose face was filled with horror. Yu shrieked and was suddenly knocked back, his body flickering with electric arcs and his face in pain. After the attack, Yunxiao did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately broke through the sky with the power of thunder. Pai pa pai pa. The arcs of light around him flickered incessantly, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. His body of lightning had actually been suppressed by a power, causing his movements to become extremely slow. This power did not come from Elder Hao. He looked at the half of the monster's palace that had not collapsed, and his expression became serious. A sneer appeared on Elder Hao's face when he saw you being pushed back. He was about to make a move, but he was shocked at the same time as Yunxiao. He looked in the same direction, where a round object flew out, exuding a terrifying aura and had locked onto Yunxiao from a distance. Humph! Has it been fixed? Yunxiao looked at it coldly. The ball was the armillary sphere, and when he looked carefully, he found that the axis had been restored. He had no idea how they had repaired it. Yunxiao's heart trembled when he saw this, and he dared not be careless anymore. He hurriedly took out the Divine Realm Tablet and activated the power of the 3 territories at the same time. 3 terrifying forces came out and condensed into a rope in the air, directly blasting a gap in the locking of the armillary sphere. Boom! The space trembled violently, and the armillary sphere also stopped for a moment, as if it did not dare to get too close. Yunxiao took the opportunity to turn into a bolt of lightning and fly toward the entrance of the seal. Elder Yi frowned. At the same time, he sensed that both of their profound-level weapons were extremely unusual, but he could not tell what was wrong with them. Although he disdained to join forces, he could not just watch Yunxiao escape, so he turned into a beam of light and chased after him. After being blocked by the power of the Divine Realm Tablet in the air, the armillary sphere spun a few times in the air before it flew out again. Li Yi, who was currently being pursued by Xianxia, had somehow appeared in front of the sealed entrance. After suffering in the Death God Palace for so long, other than the inhumane torture, he had also learned a lot of assassin skills. His assassination, invisibility, and escape techniques were also top-notch. Under the pursuit of so many experts, he actually managed to escape. A crimson aura rose from Li Yi's hand and formed an arc around his body. Suddenly, it formed an unparalleled palm force and blasted toward the entrance of the seal. Boom! The space shook, and a passage slowly appeared in the sky. It was as if someone had opened an opening in a soft candy. And when it was opened to the maximum, it began to close again. You demonic beasts! I'll remember the humiliation you've brought me today. I'll come back for you when I become a marshal supreme in the future. Li Yi turned around and looked at Tang Jie, who was chasing after him with an angry roar. He sneered and even raised his middle finger sarcastically. Then he was about to walk into the passage. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot over and turned into a figure. The figure stepped into the passage before Elder Hao. The armillary sphere was even faster than Elder Hao and had caught up to him. Yunxiao's face was solemn. His thunder transformation art was still at a very shallow level. Not only did it require a large amount of second with qi to support it, but it also had a very limited time. In this moment of crisis, he could not care less. He grabbed Li Yi, who had been completely dumbfounded by his appearance, and threw him at the armillary sphere, buying himself some time before finally disappearing into the passage. Li Yi was dumbfounded by Yunxiao's sudden appearance and was completely petrified. He thought that the demons had cast some kind of illusion to make the person he hated the most appear in front of him. It was not until Yunxiao grabbed him and threw him out that he realized that it was not an illusion, but the real Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao. Ah! He roared out these words in shock and anger. No language could describe his feelings at this moment. But he didn't have time to be angry because the armillary sphere had already smashed down on his head. Yunxiao's apologetic voice came from the gradually disappearing passage. You tried to harm me many times in Tianshui, but you saved my life this time. Take it as the enmity between us is over. We'll meet again, so take care of yourself. If people who didn't know the reason heard this, they would think that the relationship between the two was very good. At least, this was what Tang Jie and the demon clan thought at this moment. Li Yi gave it his all. A red true force gathered in his palm and he slammed it out with all his might, trying to block the armillary sphere's attack. He had already used 100% of his strength in this palm strike, but under the might of the saint weapon, he still felt like a drop in the ocean. He was filled with despair. The feeling of imminent death spread all over his body, and his heart was filled with despair. At this moment, his hatred for Yunxiao had reached the extreme. Eh? Suddenly, Shang's suspicious voice could be heard. The armillary sphere seemed to have retracted its power, and its speed slowed down significantly. Boom! Li Yi's palm force slammed into the armillary sphere. Although Shang had temporarily held back some of his power, it was still not something Li Yi could withstand. The huge force of the impact sent Shang flying, his blood splattering across the sky. This person's power seems to be the complete power of the mother's body. I'm not too sure. Watch him carefully. Yes. Yes, Li responded. What about Li Yunxiao? I'll go with Elder Qiu. It's not appropriate for you to show up, Tang Jie said with an ugly expression. It'll be too difficult to chase after him after he's escaped this sealed space. You didn't have much hope and looked disappointed. However, she still made a hand seal and opened a passage for Tang Jie and the others to pass. Lord Shang, this armillary sash. After Tang Jie and the others left, Rain looked at the armillary sphere that was full of spiritual energy and asked, could it be that they have all been repaired? Not yet. It's a holy weapon after all, Shang sighed. It's not that easy to break it. However, I'm almost done with the Jushi wheel. I'll repair the armillary sphere on the day of their martial arts and technique competition. After Tang Jie and the others chased out of the sealed space, Elder Tong immediately used the Great Space Technique to seal the entire 4 extreme sec space and began to sense them one by one. Who is it? A few exclamations rang out in the 4 extreme sex encampment. Immediately after, several figures rose into the air and gathered in an instant. Their faces were originally cold and stern, but after seeing Tang Jie and Elder Hao clearly, they were all shocked and did not dare to ask any more questions. Tang Jie, What the hell are you doing? A furious voice was heard. Tang Xian arrived with her men and surrounded Tang Jie and the others under his command. Tang Xian appeared under the protection of the crowd, and several strong men surrounded Tang Jie and the others. They were all Tang Xian's absolute confidants, and they would not show mercy even if they had to kill Tang Jie. It was already evening, and Chen Wudi, who had been invited, was also with them. His eyes fell on Tang Jie, and his pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a shocked expression. He had originally thought that after obtaining the martial Will Dao fruit and advancing to martial honor, he would be the strongest among the younger generation of the Merchant Union, with the exception of Li Feiyu. However, after the last battle with Liang Yui, he had lost all confidence. He was not sure if he could win against Liang Yui, let alone Yun Xiao. Now that he looked at Tang Jie, not only had he also advanced to the rank of martial honor, but he was also exuding a powerful aura that made him fearful. Humph, Tang Xian, there's a spy in the sect. I'm catching the spy. Get out of my way and don't get in my way. Tang Jie was already in a very bad mood, especially after he started cultivating demonic arts. Yuan Sun's death and Yun Xiao's escape had put him on the verge of going berserk. Coupled with the great increase in his power, how could he still look up to Tang Xian? The undisguised contempt made Tang Xian angry, and she laughed in anger. Haha, a spy? I'm hosting an important guest tonight. You're deliberately ruining my plan, right? Don't think that I don't know your background. Could it be that you're keeping a few demonic beasts in that spatial seal? Brother, you're courting death. Tang Jie's face suddenly changed and said coldly. Tang Xian snorted coldly, looked straight at him, and said coldly, Brother, you've changed a lot after spending so much time with animals. Just as the two of them were at loggerheads, Yun Xiao suddenly came out of the void and said, Brother Tang Xian, your demonic beast brother almost killed me. Save me. He immediately hid behind Tang Xian, looking scared. You were the one who let this spy in. Tang Jie flew into a rage, and his face was unusually ugly. No wonder Tang Xian knew that he was with those big demons. Turned out that they were already on the same side. Hand over Yun Xiao and I can spare your life, and you can still be my brother happily. Otherwise what? Tang Xian's face turned cold. Although she did not know when Yun Xiao had arrived, Tang Jie's tone had already made her furious. A murderous look flashed in Tang Jie's eyes as he said coldly, Otherwise, I'll kill my own family for the sake of justice. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire place was filled with killing intent. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Although they were all from the Four Extremes sect, they were clearly divided into two factions. Second young master, you should just capture that person and bring him here. You are all outstanding talents of the Four Extremes sect, Elder Tong said indifferently. Don't fight among yourselves. We don't want outsiders to see us as a joke. Humph. When did Elder Tong also join Tang Jie? Tang Xian's face flashed with cold anger and she sneered. Why didn't you inform me so that Tang Xian could congratulate you? Elder Hao could also hear the sarcasm in his words, but he did not change his expression. He only said indifferently, I didn't join anyone. I only follow the sect master's arrangements. Oh? From what you're saying, it seems like Father sent you to listen to Tang Jie's orders. Although Tang Xian's words were full of ridicule, her eyes were filled with deep shock. My clever little brother, haven't you always been proud of your flawless plan? Can't you see such a simple thing? What Father gave me was not just Elder Hao, but a lot more resources, Tang Jie said proudly. I'm sure you already knew about it, but you've been playing dumb, right? My good little brother, acting dumb won't save you. It's better to be smarter. Kneel down and kowtow to your big brother a few times to admit your mistake. Big brother can let you live happily for the rest of your life. Tang Xian's face was gloomy and she said coldly, Are you done? If you're done, then go back to your demonic beast nest. Well, you're asking for it the hard way. Elder Hao, don't be polite with him. Just take Li Yunxiao. If anyone resists, kill him without mercy, including Tang Xian. A bloodthirsty killing intent appeared on Tang Jie's face as he looked at Tang Xian coldly. This younger brother, who had always been a thorn in his side, suddenly became no match for him at all. He couldn't help but feel the pleasure of revenge. As soon as Elder Hao and the 4 martial emperor powerhouses moved, the surrounding martial artists turned pale. If they were to break off and fight, they would be cannon fodder. Young Master Tang Xian, you must save me. Don't forget your promise this day. You said that even the people from the 7 superpowers can't hurt me in the 4 extremes sect. Yun Xiao said with a frightened look. Everyone knew that he was pretending, and Tang Xian was even more speechless. Turned out that this kid had already planned it, and she really fell into his trap. But, even without the promise made during the day, there was no way Tang Jie could take Yun Xiao away in this situation. Not to mention Yun Xiao's information on Tang Jie. Even his position would not allow such a thing to happen. Don't worry. I, Tang Xian, always keep my word. I will not regret it even if I die 10,000 times. Tang Xian said with confidence. Since that's the case, let's die together. Kill. Under Tang Jie's command, the 4 martial emperor powerhouses' eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance and hesitation. However, their loyalty prevailed. The aura from their bodies immediately made everyone silent. Elder Hao also walked out slowly and stared at the person beside Tang Xian. I've heard that Hidden Dragon is the #1 expert by second young master side and is extremely mysterious. I really want to reveal your face today. Hidden Dragon, who was wrapped in a black robe, said coldly. If you want to see my face, you should be prepared to die. He wasn't afraid at all, and he walked forward lightly. Their eyes met in the air, and a faint spiritual pressure spread out, immediately making the people around feel great pressure. The battle started as soon as it started. All of a sudden, a peaceful energy appeared and instantly suppressed the 4 martial sovereigns who were about to attack. A cold voice was heard saying, "Everyone stop!" A powerful force descended from the sky and immediately sent the 4 martial sovereigns flying back. It was Luo Ying, the deputy sect master of the 4 extremes sect. His face was extremely gloomy with a trace of anger. He said in a deep voice, Elder Tong, not only did you not stop the internal strife between fellow disciples, but you also participated in it. Elder Yi's heart skipped a beat as he retracted his aura from Hidden Dragon and said, I'm just following the sect master's orders. He told me to follow the eldest young master's lead. Luo Ying said coldly, I don't care whose orders you're following. In any case, I will never allow people from the same sect to kill each other. Go back to where you came from now. Elder Yi's expression changed slightly. Luo Ying's words did not give him any face at all. However, the other party's strength and status were both above his, so he couldn't say anything. He just snorted coldly and raised his head, looking unruly. As the person in charge, Tang Jie stood up and stared at Luo Ying, deputy sect master, that Li Yunxiao has broken into my forbidden land. As long as Tang Xian hands him over, everything will be fine. Luo Ying frowned and said, Li Yunxiao is a guest invited by Tang Xian. How could he break into your forbidden land? Even if he did, I'm afraid he didn't mean it. Right? Sect Master Luo is right. I didn't do it on purpose. Yunxiao chimed in with a smile. You coward! Tang Jie was furious. How could such a big commotion be unintentional? But he couldn't say anything about the matter of the group of Demons Palace, so he could only say hatefully, Vice Sect Leader, I hope you can seriously consider this. I'm no longer the same as I was in the past, so don't stand on the wrong side, or it'll be troublesome in the future. As soon as he said this, everyone's face changed slightly, while Tang Xian was overjoyed. Luo Ying's attitude had always been neutral, but Tang Jie was courting death by pushing him to her side. As expected, Luo Ying's expression suddenly changed, and he said coldly and angrily, I, Luo Ying, really want to see how the eldest young master will find trouble with me. I'm going to count to 3 now. If you don't get the hell back, then don't ever go back. 1. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to count. The expressions of Elder Yi and the others changed drastically. They knew that the negotiations had completely broken down. Furthermore, Luo Ying had always been a man of his word, and if they didn't retreat, they might really be in trouble. Good, good, very good. Tang Jie was furious and roared. This young master will definitely make you regret it one day. Tang Jie was not a fool. Under the current circumstances, they could not take advantage of the situation no matter what. He led everyone back resentfully and disappeared into the sealed space. Thank you, Uncle Luo. Tang Xen hurriedly came forward and said, Thank you for saving me. Luo Ying's face was still livid as he said, It's fine. Tang Jie is getting more and more overboard. When this matter is over, I will return to the Four Extremes sect and ask your father what his attitude is. After that, he gave Yunxiao a puzzled look and disappeared. Phew, we're finally saved. Young Master Tang Xen is indeed a man of his word. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had just survived a disaster. Hee, you flatter me. Young Master Yun must be joking. I thought you wouldn't be coming to today's banquet, but it turns out you've arrived a long time ago, and you've even caused me so much trouble. Tang Xen chuckled, but her eyes were extremely cold. Yunxiao's actions today had further intensified the conflict between him and Tang Jie, and he now knew nothing about Tang Jie's trump card. Yet, he had to greet him with a smile and ask Yunxiao for information about Tang Jie, which made him feel very aggrieved. Even though he felt aggrieved, he still had to continue. Yesterday, young Master Yun wrote a poem at the Fragrance Pavilion. Who in the ancient times is worthy of being called an uncle? By Yunka who travels the wind for 10,000 miles. Listen to the fragrance, boil water, drink tea, and flip the palm of the raging waves. At that time, Tang Xen was ignorant and fearless, but now she knows that the poem is true. Tang Xen smiled and said, Young Master Yun, please. Brother Wudi also invites you. The banquet was held in a small secret room, with only Yunxiao, Chen Wudi, Tang Xen, and the mysterious hidden dragon. This also showed the position of hidden dragon in Tang Xen's heart. There are a total of 18 restrictions in this secret room, so it's impossible for anyone to eavesdrop on us. You two can rest assured. Tang Xen was still very confident about the safety of the secret room. That's good. After all, what I'm about to tell you is very important. The more people know about it, the more dangerous it will be. Yunxiao smiled, then put on a cautious look, which startled Tang Xen and Chen Wudi. Tang Xen's face was extremely ugly and she said, Could it be that Noah's ship is really in Tang Jie's hands? This question was of great importance, especially to him, and it was almost fatal. If Tang Jie obtained Noah's ship, then he would completely lose the opportunity to get his father's support and it would be difficult to compete with Tang Jie. Chen Wudi was also nervous. The status of a supreme-grade profound-level weapon was too important. If it was taken by someone and recognized as an owner, the entire situation of the continent would change. Only Hidden Dragon, who was hidden in the black robe, could not see any clues. However, it was likely that he would not be calm. You don't have to worry about this, Yunxiao said with a smile. Noah's ship has indeed been taken by someone, but it's not Tang Jie. The two of them were shocked. Chen Wudi said in horror, Who is it? Tang Xen heaved a heavy sigh of relief in her heart, and cold sweat even oozed out of her palms. Yi Nanshan's descendant, Yunxiao said softly. You don't have to worry about that. Yi Nanshan's descendants have no interest in the business of the Merchant Union. As for where they are now, I'm sorry, but I don't know. Yes, I naturally believe in what young Master Yun said. What about the big demon and the heaven and earth chess game you mentioned earlier? Tang Xen asked. Yunxiao briefly told them about what happened that day, including the origin of the great demon and the chess game set by the throne, which left both of them dumbfounded. This lecture lasted for most of the night. Chen Wudi was extremely vexed. It was so exciting after I left that day. I'm so regretful. Yunxiao laughed. Brother Wudi managed to seize the time to break through to the rank of martial honor. I'm so envious of you. Why are you upset? If I had chosen to stay back then, I might not have been able to come out alive. Tang Xen's face turned pale after hearing it. She gritted her teeth and said, You mean Tang Jie also knows how to break the heaven and earth chess game? That's right. Although it was an unintentional move that day, it was indeed broken. Brother Tang Xian? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Why does your face look like pig liver after you heard it? Qian Wudi's heart moved. He said, Tang Xian, I've always heard that you're a peerless talent who solved the heaven and earth chess game and got the array inheritance of the throne. Is there a problem? Tang Xian's face was dark and gloomy, and she couldn't suppress her inner emotions. She clenched her hands and paced back and forth in the secret room. Yunxiao and Tang Xian waited quietly. After a while, Tang Xian finally calmed down and said, The rumors are true. I did break the Go arrangement and obtain the inheritance. Oh, Qian Wudi was shocked and said with rapt attention, Since you've already obtained the throne's array Dao inheritance, why do you have such an unsightly expression? Tang Xian gritted her teeth. Because the inheritance is engraved outside the sea of soul formation. Anyone who can crack it can get it. Qian Wudi was stunned. So that's how it is? Ah. Tang Xian felt annoyed and said angrily, And judging from the time, it's very likely that he's already been to the outside of the soul formation sea. He struggled for a while in his heart and finally said, Furthermore, the 4 extreme sex resources are flowing towards him like a tide. I suspect that even if those great demons have not recovered to their peak, they are not far away. What? Qian Wudi said in shock. A few peak tier 9 great demons? Tao Wu? This joke is too big. Yunxiao shook his head. He has certainly recovered a lot, but it's impossible for him to return to his peak. Otherwise, he would have unified the merchant union long ago. He had once been a peak marshal supreme. Naturally, he knew the difficulty of fully recovering. It was not enough to have resources alone. He needed time to accumulate. Although the big demons had recovered a lot during the trip to the Demon's Hall, they were still far from the peak of the martial supreme realm. Tang Xian's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as she said fiercely, It's too dangerous. I should have gotten rid of him earlier. I originally thought that everything was under my control, but I didn't expect such a big mistake to occur. His luck is so good that it can be said to be heaven-defying. Yunxiao looked at Tang Xian's angry face and said leisurely, Now that the weather has changed, I'm afraid Brother Tang Xian can't even protect himself, right? Humph, although his luck is heaven-defying. I've already set up all sorts of backup plans. He won't be able to deal with me in a short time. Tang Xian said coldly, As long as he doesn't have the help of Noah's ship and peak martial emperor, I can destroy him before he becomes strong. Brother Tang Xian, don't underestimate the strength of those demons, Yunxiao said with a smile. They all have peak 9th tier mystic artifacts in their hands. I have an idea that can save Brother Tang Xian a lot of trouble. He did not mention the matter of the armillary sphere, otherwise the shock would not have been below Noah's ship. Oh? Young Master Yun, tell me. Tang Xian was overjoyed. Yunxiao now held a very high position in her heart. That's right. Yunxiao nodded and said, Don't you think that the birth of a few demon almighty is enough to shake the continent? One had to know that ever since the demon clan was trapped in the 5-Cloud Mountain, the rest of them had been hiding in the illusory realm of stars and moon, and there were no experts. Have the two of you ever thought about what kind of impact it will bring to the human race with the appearance of several former peak 9th rank combatants? The two of them were shocked and then fell into deep thought. Young Master Yun, do you mean to let the entire human race block it? Tang Xian asked. It's not as serious as you say, Yunxiao said with a smile. We just need to send this matter to the sacred zone, and they'll make their own decision. Do you think the people of the Holy Region will tolerate the cooperation of a few monster race powerhouses with the 4 extreme sects? It's indeed a brilliant move. Tang Xian was overjoyed. As long as the sacred law enforcement officers interfere, I'll take action. Even if Father supports Tang Jie, he'll die without a doubt. Not necessarily, Yunxiao said. But it's true that it can give a heavy blow. This is your 4 extreme sects' internal conflict. That's all I have to say. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave. After Yunxiao pointed it out, he got up and was about to leave. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he find out about the situation of those big demons, but he also got a large amount of second wood essence, enough for him to cultivate the thunder transformation skill. He also directly guided Tang Xian to fight against Tang Jie to restrain those big demons. Tang Xian and Shen Wudi had also learned a lot and learned so many secrets, but unlike Yun Xiao, their hearts were extremely heavy. In that case, Tang Xian will see you off. Watching Yun Xiao and Shen Wudi leave, Tang Xian's face grew uglier and uglier. Suddenly, she asked, Hidden Dragon, how much do you believe in Li Yunxiao's words? Hidden Dragon didn't answer the question but asked in a strange manner, How much do you want me to believe, young master? Tang Xian smiled, a rare smile, and said, It doesn't matter how much you believe me. Li Yunxiao is right. The sacred zone will never allow great demons to mix with the Four Extremes sect. You can rest assured, Mr. Hidden Dragon. Yes, I will report this matter as such. When you spread the news to the Holy Region, there will be people who will help to verify the news. At that time, we can directly let the people of the Holy Region deal with Tang Jie, which will save us a lot of trouble. Hidden Dragon's eyes, which were hidden in the black robe, suddenly shone. What do you think of Li Yunxiao, young master? He asked. Tang Xian's body trembled, and her face was full of seriousness. Powerful, very powerful. I really don't know when such a figure appeared in the heavenly martial arts realm. Whether it's wisdom or strength, I feel that even the four prodigies of the North region may not be his match. Yes, the battle between him and Liang Yui the other day really opened my eyes. Even when he used teleportation in the end, I'm sure he didn't use his full strength. I'm afraid only Li Feiyu and Tang Jie have the chance to fight him in the Merchant Union. Oh? Mr. Hidden Dragon has such high hopes for Tang Jie. Tang Xian's face was slightly unhappy, but she still said casually, But fortunately, Li Yunxiao's purpose is at least the same as mine. Although I don't know why he wants to deal with Tang Jie and those demons, I can see that their enmity is not small. Yunxiao just wants to use me, but I'm also using them. Hee. There's no need to be angry, young master. Yin Long laughed. When Tang Jie saw him just now, his body revealed an aura that even I couldn't detect. After coming into contact with those members of the monster race, he has indeed changed a lot. Your father might have some thoughts about those members of the monster race. Aren't you afraid of spoiling your father's plans? Humph, since he fully supports Tang Jie, he has already given up on my life and death. Since that's the case, he's no longer my father. Tang Xian's eyes flashed with sharp determination. After Yunxiao left the Four Extremes sect, the sky was about to break, and he was walking alone on the road. The milky white morning fog enveloped the entire city, making it impossible to tell the distance under the light of the morning sun. It was like a misty paradise. All of a sudden, a pale blue light flew over silently, as if it had appeared out of thin air. If it wasn't for the blue light, it wouldn't have been able to sense it. What? Yunxiao let out a soft cry of surprise as he gently caught the blue beam with 2 fingers. It turned out to be an extremely tiny blue needle. This needle... Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he looked shocked. Blue meteoric iron? He touched it lightly with 2 fingers. Although it was very small, it was definitely blue meteorite iron. It was a raw material that was no less precious than the Northern Heaven Cold Star iron. The material was unusually difficult to identify, and it was not much different from another low-grade material, but it was a simple thing for Yunxiao. CSI. A slight airflow came from the sky, and a few more blue beams of light shot toward where Yunxiao's eyes were focused. They were extremely fast, but they did not have much power. Humph! What kind of idiot sent me raw materials? I'd be letting myself down if I didn't accept them. Although Yunxiao felt that it was a little strange, he was bold and skillful, so he was naturally not afraid. Instead, he reached out to grab the blue light. Light flickered in the air again. This time, it came from all directions. It did not hold back at all. It actually felt like it was covering the entire sky and earth. The entire world was covered in blue light. This by-in... Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment, but then a look of joy appeared on his face. With a wonderful movement technique, he kept flashing across the street and grabbing at the blue meteorites. If it was just a needle, it would be almost useless, but with such a large amount, even a fist-sized piece would be extremely precious. The technique of these needles? Just as Xianxia was enjoying himself, he suddenly froze, as if he had suddenly thought of something, and exclaimed in surprise, "This is bad!" He quickly flickered a few times and took all the blue meteorite iron needles into his hand. He quickly spread out his divine sense, but the surroundings were still quiet and there was no movement. "We're in trouble," Xianxia cried out in surprise as he looked at the hundreds of blue meteorite iron needles with a solemn face and murmured to himself, "Just who is it that is willing to use such a precious supreme treasure to test my identity? It seems that person must have been suspicious of me for a long time. I don't know how many guesses he has in his heart. Well, let's not care about him for now. It's hard to tell whether it's good or bad. Let's go back first." Xianxia put away the blue meteorite iron needles, changed his previous leisurely look, and flew toward Tianyuan Trading Company. A slight ripple rippled in the air, and a voice that could not be suppressed said, "It really is him. To be able to identify the blue meteorite metal so easily, to recognize my exquisite technique, and to also use that movement technique to collect the blue meteorite metal needles. I'm all too familiar with it." The morning mist gradually dispersed under the blazing sun, and a slender figure appeared in the void. It was the third elder of the 10,000 treasures store, Yuan Bo. His face was full of pride as he said softly, "To be able to confirm his identity, I lost a fist-sized piece of blue meteoric iron, but it was worth it. We must inform Cui Bo of this as soon as possible." Yuan Bo turned into a flash of light and landed in the encampment of the 10,000 treasures building. He spread out his consciousness, trying to find the shocking secret that Cui Bo had told Gu Feiyang. Suddenly, his expression changed as he found that his spirit sense was blocked by a force and couldn't be pushed away at all. He immediately shouted, "Who is it?" The space in front of him trembled slightly, and a figure appeared. His yellow face was revealed in front of Yuan Bo, and he said indifferently, "No need to be surprised, Elder Yuan. It's me." Yuan Bo let out a sigh of relief. "So it's Elder Xian. I was still wondering why there was such a powerful force in the 10,000 treasures building's encampment that could cut off my consciousness. It was Xian Yutong." He glanced at Yuan Bo and said, "I'm in charge of the security of the encampment, so I'm very strict with the monitoring of external forces. When did Elder Yu come to Songyue City? Could it be that Tower Master has new instructions?" Yuan Bo shook his head and said, "Tower Lord, if you have any new instructions, you don't need me to convey them. I've been in the city for some time and have discovered a shocking matter. I must report it to Lord Cui Bo immediately. This matter is very important and may affect the interests of the entire 10,000 treasures tower." "Oh, what's so important?" Xian Yutong's wooden face seemed to be moved. Something that even Yuan Bo thought was important was definitely not an ordinary matter. It must be an earth-shattering existence. Yuan Bo thought for a while and said, "Elder Xian, do you still remember Gu Feiyang?" Xian Yutong's pupils suddenly contracted for a moment before returning to normal. "Martial Emperor Vanquisher has been dead for many years, but I can't forget her. Elder Yu's matter is related to him." "That's right," Yuan Bo replied. His eyes flashed with a bright light, and he revealed an extremely grave expression. He said word by word, "Gu Feiyang is not dead. The man who is helping Ding Linger in Tianyuan Trading Company is Gu Feiyang himself. I don't know if he is possessed or reincarnated. He is now under the name of Li Yunxiao." "What?" Xian Yutong's body trembled and his yellow face started to wrinkle as if it was about to peel off. He said in shock, "This matter is too shocking. Is there any conclusive evidence for Elder Yu's words?" "Gu Feiyang and I are very close," Yuan Bo said seriously. "I am 100% sure of this. It is because this matter is too big that I can't make my own decision. I have to report it to Lord Cui Bo before I can proceed with the next step." The look in Xian Yutong's eyes was complicated and uncertain. He could not suppress the emotional fluctuations in his heart as he slowly said, "Who else knows about this?" After a moment of thought, Yuan Bo said, "Gu Feiyang's two disciples, Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang, have also appeared. Since they are assisting Yunxiao, they naturally know about it. I just don't know if Ding Ling of Tianyuan Trading Company knows about this, and no one else knows about it. Xian Yutong took a deep breath and said, "That's good?" Yuan Bo frowned, feeling that there was something wrong with his words. He asked, "That's good? What do you mean?" Xian Yutong sighed and said, "Sir Deputy Tower Master Cui Bo suffered chi deviation during his closed-door cultivation yesterday. His martial intent has collapsed, and he's completely crippled." "Ah, what?" Yuan Bo's body trembled as he cried out in shock. "How is this possible?" His face was filled with shock and disbelief. At their level, although the progress of their cultivation path was getting smaller and smaller, their foundation of martial arts was getting deeper and deeper. It was very difficult for them to be possessed by the devil, unless they changed to cultivate a cultivation method that was very different from their own Tao technique. Only then could such a situation possibly occur. "Would I lie to you?" Xian Yutong sighed. He pointed to a small courtyard in the distance and said, "If you don't believe me, you can use your divine sense to scan the area." Yuan Bo's face was pale, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. He quickly spread out his divine sense into the courtyard, and immediately, he could sense everything in the courtyard. There's no one in the courtyard. "Ah, Elder Xian, what are you doing?" Just as Yuan Bo was still in shock, an overbearing power suddenly enveloped his entire body. 9 different colored beams of energy shot through the air. His heart instantly turned cold. He immediately understood that he had fallen into the other party's trap, but he could not understand why the other party would do this. He didn't have time to think. Subconsciously, a light flashed on his right hand, and a golden armor appeared 3 feet away from him. The armor appeared to block the 9 space-breaking forces. However, the 9 rays of 9-colored light were not simple attacks. They were connected from head to tail and bound each other, forming an extremely dangerous formation. Other than being sharp, it also exuded a terrifying sense of annihilation. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Bo's golden battle armor was no ordinary item either. Under the 9-colored light, waves of spiritual pressure were sent out, spreading out like water ripples. However, with every attack, a part of the battle armor would cave in, and the spiritual chi would be lost rapidly. Yuan Bo's expression changed as he said in shock, "This 9-colored light is a buy-in. You are a buy-in." "Humph." Xian Yutong snorted coldly. His yellow face was torn apart and fell down like a broken wall. It was unrecognizable. "My 9-colored holy light is formed from 9 different extreme powers that balance each other. Together, they form the formation of 9 cuts and 9 kills. You are the first person to witness its power. Yuan Bo, you can die with no regrets." As Xian Yutong's voice fell, Yuan Bo's battle suit suddenly collapsed. The powerful weapon essence wailed and turned into specks of golden light before dissipating. Pieces of scrap iron scattered. Yuan Bo's state of mind was immediately severely injured. He forcefully gathered all his power and poured it into his palms, trying to shake off the 9-colored light. However, he realized that the moment his Emperor Qi touched the killing array, it was like a dam that had burst, instantly leaking out. "This formation is so powerful." He turned pale with fright as he watched the 9 divine rays break through his Emperor Qi and finally enter his body. In an instant, his whole body turned cold. Intense pain came from his 9 acupoints, and his body almost collapsed on the spot. His sovereign spirit martial will was also severely injured. A killing intent rushed from his body to his dantian, trying to completely destroy his martial arts foundation. Xian Yutong's attack had succeeded. He charged forward and broke through Yuan Bo's physical strength with a single palm strike. His fist entered his chest and immediately blasted a big hole in it. Blood and flesh flew out. "Yuan Bo, I've heard that you've already reached the great circle of the cold essence ice soul art. Today, I'll take your ice essence and ice soul and help me reach the peak of the 9 heavens." Xian Yutong's cold voice rang out. His right hand was actually breaking Yuan Bo's bones and sucking his marrow. A pained expression appeared on Yuan Bo's face. His pupils were completely dilated, and he could barely make a sound. A hoarse voice came from his throat. You, Who exactly are you? Who are you? Half of Xian Yutong's face had already crumbled, revealing half of his jade-white skin. He said coldly, "The nine-colored divine light technique and this half of my face. You still can't remember? It seems that you've really forgotten about me after all these years. Ah, it's you. It's you. Where's Elder Xian?" A large amount of blood was flowing out of Yuan Bo's 7 orifices. His face was already unrecognizable, but he still held on to his last breath, full of unwillingness. Xian Yutong sneered coldly. "There has never been any Elder Xian. Xian Yutong has always been me. So. Yuan Bo got the answer. His eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light, like the last radiance of the setting sun. A surge of power gushed out from his dantian. Like the center of the scorching sun, the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens gushed out madly. Xian Yutong's face darkened and he snorted, "It's too late to self-destruct. My 9-colored holy light has already sealed your dantian. If you had self-destructed earlier, it would have been enough to break my formation of 9 cuts and 9 kills and lure Cui Bo here. It's a pity that you realized this too late." Yuan Bo kept silent, or perhaps he could no longer speak. The golden light in his dantian was immediately trapped by the 9-colored light and could not be detonated. Suddenly, a white light emerged from his body and broke out from behind him. It actually broke through the Emperor Qi blockade of Xian Yutong and escaped into the distance. "That's a Xianxia. What Xianxia?" Xian Yutong's pupils contracted as he looked at the white light that broke through the sky. He said in shock and anger, "Ice spirit! It's ice spirit!" As the white light broke out of his body, Yuan Bo's eyes suddenly dimmed. There was no longer any light in them. His body went limp, and the golden light in his dantian also began to gradually disperse. Xian Yutong's expression was extremely vexed and he said hatefully, "Yuan Bo, you're really something. The ice soul was actually hidden in your back. No wonder I couldn't find it." He actually used self-explosion as bait to let the ice spirit escape, leaving himself a chance of survival. He is indeed worthy of being the 3rd elder of 10,000 treasures building. He is indeed a good man. In a fit of rage, he pulled his right hand out of Yuan Bo's chest. In his blood-red hand was a ball of white and clean substance, as clear as colored glass. "Humph!" Xian Yutong snorted coldly and waved his left hand. The 9-colored godly light enveloped Yuan Bo's dantian power and slowly fell into his hand. "I've obtained the chalcedony. Although I've escaped from the ice spirit, I've obtained the complete Emperor Qi martial intent. It's a form of compensation." With a casual point of his finger, he kept Yuan Bo's storage ring as well. He glared at the body that had no more value, and a ghostly fire appeared in his eyes. The corpse burst into flames with a bang, and turned into ashes in an instant, as if it had never existed. He had also wiped away all traces of blood and fighting in the courtyard. "I can't believe that Li Yunxiao is Gu Feiyang. This news is too shocking. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to risk exposing my identity to kill Yuan Bo. I didn't expect the person beside her to be Gu Feiyang. This is very interesting. It's really a surprise for me. But now that the ice soul has escaped, it'll be a problem sooner or later." Xian Yutong thought about it quietly, his eyes uncertain. He muttered to himself, "Without the glacial quintessence, the ice essence won't be able to last long. Since he already knows my identity, he'll definitely find someone he can trust to help me. Myriad Treasures Store and Tianyuan Trading Company are both under my surveillance, so I don't think he'll dare to come. Yuan Bo. Oh, Yuan Bo, where will you run to?" After thinking for a while, Xian Yutong's face returned to its withered, wax yellow color and he disappeared from the courtyard. After returning to the base of Tianyuan Trading Company, Yunxiao summoned his 2 disciples and 2 women. The 4 of them were the most core people around him. Xiaohuang Haolian impatiently asked, "How is it, master?" "Everything went well," Yunxiao chuckled. "I've got everything I want to know." The big demons had indeed recovered a lot, but it was not to the point where they could not be controlled. "It's that armillary sphere that's making me uneasy. From what they said, It can be repaired with an item called the Jushi wheel. I've studied the Tao of art for so many years, but I've never heard of it. Jushi wheel. The four of them were all confused and shook their heads. Forget it. In any case, the Holy Region will intervene in this matter very soon. Tang Jie and Shang will not have an easy time. It's just that Yingluo Yunxiao's face turned serious as he said, "My identity might have already been seen through." What? The four of them were shocked and asked in horror, "Who is it?" "I don't know for now." Yunxiao shook his head. "I don't know." He told her about the blue silk iron needle attack he had encountered on the way. It's very likely that someone is familiar with you to be able to come up with such a wonderful method to find out your identity without you realizing it. Do you have any guesses, young Master Yun? Mo Xiaochuan asked solemnly. "I have some thoughts, but I can't be sure," Yunxiao said. "Even that person wouldn't be able to determine my identity so rashly. This matter would be seen for the time being. Moreover, sooner or later the whole world would know about it, so the earlier it came, the earlier it was dealt with. These few days, I will be going into seclusion to practice the lightning transformation divine skill. After the chaos we caused these few days, I'm afraid that Song Yuyang City will be quiet for a period of time, quietly waiting for the grand event of the two meetings." Everyone saw that he had his own decision and didn't say anything more, leaving one after another. When everyone had left and only Ding Ling was left, she wanted to say something but hesitated. After thinking for a while, she said softly, "Young Master Yun, I haven't been able to contact my father. I'm a little worried, so I'm planning to send Ding Peng back to the headquarters to check on the situation." "Ding Shan is by no means an ordinary person," Yunxiao said with a frown. "You don't have time to worry about this now. It's better to let Ding Peng go." Ding Ling gently nodded, but the worry on her face was still there. Yunxiao seemed to have seen through her mind. "Other than the question of whether your father is in trouble, you actually have a bigger problem in your heart, don't you?" Ding Ling's body trembled and she said bitterly, "Young Master Yun has seen through me. I thought about it carefully last time and felt that father should have some plans, but I don't know what he was thinking and why he kept it from me. Could it be that letting me take over the Chamber of Commerce is also a test for me?" Yunxiao stood up and walked up to her, staring into her watery, melancholic eyes. "Ling you are not an ambitious girl. If Ding Shan has his own plans, isn't that good? Perhaps one day, you won't have to bear the pressure of the Chamber of Commerce and can live a life you like." "The life you like, Yingluo." Ding Ling's heart trembled slightly, and an indescribable bitterness flowed in her heart. Over the years, he had never stopped. She had hoped to raise her brother as soon as possible, but who knew that Ding Peng would be so useless? It made her feel so tired and desperate. "Fortunately, he's always by my side, Yingluo." Ding Ling's heart warmed as she thought to herself, and her eyes became hot as she looked at Yunxiao. Cough, cough, cough. I should go into closed-door cultivation and try to get out of it before the next two meetings. Yunxiao had also sensed the strange atmosphere. He coughed a few times, making the wonderful atmosphere awkward. "Young Master Yun," Ding Ling said shyly, "you can focus on your closed-door cultivation." He then turned around and left. Yunxiao took out the Divine Realm tablet and entered it in a flash. At this moment, due to the continuous supply of a large number of primordial stones, the Divine Realm tablet had begun to recover in a benign manner. The power of water was the only thing missing from the four great territories. The existence of this kind of elemental origin was very rare, so he was not in a hurry. He was only worried that once Shang's armillary sphere was restored, with his complete control of the armillary sphere, it would be difficult for him to control the incomplete Divine Realm tablet. Yunxiao crushed a storage bag, and a large amount of astonishing second wood chi spread out, all collected by the few great demons in the demon land at the risk of their lives. "It's all here." It seems that they are really confident in repairing the armillary sphere. Otherwise, they would never have given these second wood essences to Tang Jie so hastily. Yunxiao's brows furrowed even more, and it took him a while to ease them. "But it's a good thing for me. The lightning transformation divine skill is indeed quite impressive. I'll try to cultivate it to the great completion before I master both martial arts and technique. He threw away all distracting thoughts and began to devote himself to the Yi with Qi, cultivating the thunder form. Just as Xianxia had said, the entire Songyue city had become a little more peaceful after the defeat of the Empyrean One Pavilion. All the restless emotions seemed to have disappeared after the storm. The only thing that had not changed was the number of stalls on the street, which had not changed at all, and even showed signs of increasing. In the remaining few days, a big event suddenly broke out. The goddess of the Mando Merchant Association, one of the two golden flowers of the Merchant Union, Shui Luoyan, had suddenly announced her engagement to the Blade Sect's sect master's son, Chun Feng. This immediately caused a great uproar, and the entire Merchant Union was shocked. The direct effect of this marriage was that Chun Feng would be able to participate in the martial arts and technique duels as Shui Luoyan's fiancé. He might even be able to bring the experts of the Blade Sect. After the Tianyuan Trading Company's crisis of being at the bottom was broken, the Mando Trading Company began to enter everyone's attention. No one had expected such a shocking event to happen. Everyone wanted to occupy the position of the 7 major business alliances, and the competition was extremely fierce. At this point, everyone knew that the Mando Chamber of Commerce was going all out. None of the 7 superpowers were good people, and a marriage with them was like asking a tiger for its skin. However, the Mando Chamber of Commerce no longer had a better choice. If they were eliminated, the consequences would be even worse. Now, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce was the weakest among the 7 merchant alliances. However, they had been keeping a low profile, as if they didn't care about what happened in Songyue City, which made it hard for people to guess. We've just received accurate information. It's confirmed that Chun Feng will be competing in 2 duels. The condition for him to marry Shui Luoyan is for him to obtain the first rank. In the 10,000 Treasures building, Cui Bo gathered all the higher-ups for a meeting after he got the first-hand information. He showed the information to everyone and said, "What do you all think of this matter? The Mando Chamber of Commerce's move has completely broken the rules of the Merchant Union's game, and it's a bad start. Not only will the other chambers of commerce compete to follow suit in the future, but a large number of external forces will also infiltrate the Merchant Union. If the Blade Sect takes over the Mando Chamber of Commerce, it will definitely be a disaster for the Merchant Union. Su Wanson is also an old fox. How could he do such a stupid thing? If they were to form an alliance through marriage, the Mando Chamber of Commerce would only end up being controlled. Su Wanson would definitely understand this. Could it be that they have some secret agreement in private? Humph. Agreement my ass. All agreements were based on strength. Without equal strength, the agreement was just a piece of empty paper. As long as Chun Feng marries Shui Luoyan, everything will be out of Su Wanson's control. Unless Su Wanson has a way to control the Blade Sect, but the possibility is extremely small. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Cui Bo nodded. He looked at the person beside him and said, "Elder D, Elder Run, Feiyu, what do you think? The Mando Chamber of Commerce is courting death, so they can't blame anyone," Di Xianxia said coldly. "Even if the Blade Sect interferes, so what? As long as we, the Myriad Treasure Store, are the boss of the Merchant Union, they will still have to listen to us. Hee hee. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to take control of the Blade Sect." The crowd felt dizzy after hearing that. The entire Merchant Union could only compete with him if they worked together, and he was trying to control his wealth? Cui Bo was speechless. Elder D was powerful, but his way of thinking was a little weird. It was better to ask him less about important things in the future. "Feiyu, what do you think? The Mando Chamber of Commerce's move is actually a risky one." Li Feiyu muttered to himself. "Oh? What do you mean?" Cui Bo's eyes lit up. Li Feiyu was one of the best in the younger generation, be it in terms of strength or intelligence. Don't forget that the condition they agreed to give to the Blade Sect was to obtain the first rank. In order to rank first, at least one of the 2 duels had to be the champion, and the other had to achieve extraordinary results. Even for the Blade Sect, this is an extremely difficult task. Not bad. With Feiyu, one of the 4 prodigies of the North, here, they have no hope in the martial arts competition, At least, Cui Bo praised. Even if they can't win the championship, they'll at least be able to obtain a good result. The Blade Sect will probably be played by Su Wanson this time, helping the Mando Chamber of Commerce obtain the qualifications to become a permanent member, but not getting any benefits. Ren Guangping was surprised. So the candidate for the skill book is Cui Yuan. Has he also come to Songyue City? No wonder the Vice Tower Master had kept it a secret. With Cui Yuan's help, I believe the first one will be fine. Cui Bo laughed. Don't think too highly of that kid. I'm here to show him the young talents of the Merchant Union. I want him to know that there's always someone better. Ha ha ha. Ren Guangjuan laughed. You don't mean what you say, Deputy Head. I'm afraid your real intention is to teach those ignorant boys in the Merchant Union a lesson and let them know that there is always someone better. Cui Bo smiled without saying a word. He was obviously very optimistic about his son's strength. Li Feiyu forced a smile and said, Vice Tower Lord is too optimistic. I really don't have any confidence in this martial arts competition. I just hope that Cui Yuan can secure first place. That way, the pressure on me will be much less. Cui Bo frowned and said unhappily, Why would Feiyu say that? Could it be that you are not confident in defeating Chen Feng? Don't forget that you're one of the 4 prodigies of the North, and he's not. Li Feiyu shook his head. I don't dare to speak carelessly about Chen Feng's strength, but since the Blade Sect has agreed to this agreement, they naturally have confidence. Maybe it's Ing Luo. He stopped and pondered for a while before saying, Perhaps the person who will make the Blade Sect fall this time will be the person from Tianyuan Trading Company. Li Yunxiao. He asked. He's indeed strong, but not strong enough to defeat you, Cui Bo replied. Even his teleportation was most likely a similar secret technique. It was impossible for his spiritual power to be at the 8th level. How old was he? Otherwise, it would be too shocking. A secret technique? Li Feiyu smiled wryly. He knew that back in Yufeng City, Yunxiao had managed to repair the interdomain teleportation array that even 2 8th-tier alchemy masters could not. Feiyu, don't belittle yourself. You're the banner of 10,000 treasures building and the #1 among the younger generation. The only person who can stop the Blade Sect from entering the Merchant Union is you. This is not only a consensus formed in the Merchant Union, but also in the Blade Sect. Li Feiyu's heart trembled as he solemnly replied, Elders, don't worry. Feiyu will definitely do his best and won't lose face for Myriad Treasure Store. Cui Bo nodded. Just do your best. Even if something unexpected happens, you have a clear conscience. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Yes, Li Feiyu replied, and then fell silent. Where's Elder Xian? Ren Guangxin asked. His knowledge has always been sharp and unique, so he might have some good ideas. Elder Xian, Cui Bo said, frowning. You've suddenly announced that you're going into seclusion. It seems like you've reached a critical point in your cultivation. Oh? Then congratulations. Ren Guangshang said enviously. At their level, every breakthrough was extremely difficult and every opportunity was extremely precious. He himself had stayed in the same place for decades, and he had completely given up. I hope Elder Xian can achieve a breakthrough, Cui Bo said. The meeting is over. Elder Ren, you stay behind. After everyone had left, Cui Bo said, Elder Ren, I'll leave Feiyu's cultivation to you. It's good to use some of your trump cards. You must make sure that Feiyu wins first place. Deputy Tower Master, don't you have confidence in Feiyu? Ren Guangjing was stunned. Cui Bo's eyes flashed coldly. It's not that I'm not confident. It's that Feiyu himself isn't. Have you ever seen him so unconfident? It's all because of Li Yunxiao. An opponent I've never met has already begun to crush me spiritually. That Li Yunxiao is really not simple. Ren Guangping frowned and said, That Li Yunxiao is indeed very strong. He did not even use his full strength when he fought Liang Yui, so no one can see his true combat strength. He will be a formidable opponent for Feiyu. I understand. I will do a good job. Yes, Cui Bo said firmly. Feiyu is one of the 4 prodigies of the North. He is the flag of the Myriad Treasure Store. We can't let this flag fall. In the Divine Realm tablet, a flash of lightning filled the sky. At first glance, it was a sea of green lightning, which seemed boundless. All of a sudden, the sea of lightning began to shrink violently and gather toward the center, forming a tornado of lightning clouds. Gradually, a figure was condensed. This feeling is really strong. Yunxiao's face was filled with shock as he muttered to himself, "Is this the lightning transformation divine technique that has been cultivated to the great completion? I can only fully manifest it in this Divine Realm tablet. I wonder how much power I'll have when I get out." He frowned and muttered to himself, "There isn't enough Iwud Chi, but I have a good idea. I wonder if it will work." "Humph, I've never seen your ideas work. You better think twice before you act," the demon dragon said disdainfully. "I'm still hoping that you'll have a bright future. Don't kill yourself. Shut up. If you say anything inauspicious again, I'll refine you into a starlight soul body." After Yunxiao cursed, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared where Yuan Gaohan was, shouting, "Old Yuan, how's your sword training?" Yuan Gaohan's urgent voice came from below. "Li Yunxiao, come and help me." With a thought, Yunxiao appeared next to Yuan Gaohan. The spinning purple-gold cauldron was trembling violently, as if it was going to explode at any moment. "Not good. I put 2 sword embryos into the cauldron at the same time, and I can't control them anymore." Yuan Gaohan was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Gu Yueshing, who was beside him, also had an ugly expression on his face. "Your sister." Yunxiao was also taken aback. "You've conjured 2 9th-tier mystic artifacts at once. Do you think you're a 10th-tier warlock god?" Yuan Gaohan hurriedly replied, "The profound level weapons here don't have lightning tribulations. They're missing the last crucial step. So I don't think it matters much. I just want to try. Try my ass. Alchemists are all a bunch of lunatics." Yunxiao cursed, not realizing that he had also cursed himself. He suddenly calmed down and muttered to himself, I can try out my lightning transformation technique. I wonder if it can be used to refine weapons. I can try it out. Demonic dragon, swan and eye." As soon as he thought of that, Yunxiao immediately performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and his whole body turned into a thunderbolt. Under the dumbfounded Gaohan and Gu Yueshing's gazes, he flew down and surrounded the heavenly spinning purple-gold cauldron, then poured all the lightning power in his body into it and began to refine it. "This Ing Luo can do this to Ing Luo." After a short moment of shock, Yuan Gaohan immediately became excited and said, "Li Yunxiao, I'll help you with the divine flame again." He quickly made several hand seals to draw in the phoenix divine flame, which he then used to burn the purple cauldron. The sizzling sounds of fire and the crackling power of thunder and lightning interwove together, constantly refining the northern heaven-cold star soared in the cauldron, slowly suppressing the violent will of the purple cauldron. However, Yuan Gaohan could clearly feel that his purple cauldron was slowly reaching its limit. Whether it was the 9th-grade artifact reserve or the divine fire within the cauldron, neither was in existence it could withstand. The purple cauldron's spirituality was rapidly being lost, but Yuan Gaohan only frowned slightly and didn't care. The heavenly spinning violet gold cauldron was important, but the heaven-defying refining process was even more important. Right now, he was only worried that this cauldron wouldn't be able to last until the end of the refinement process. Consolidating equipment. Yunxiao's cry came from the purple cauldron. Finally, the entire cauldron could not withstand the pressure anymore. Not only did it let out a sad cry, but a large number of cracks began to appear on its body. "Not good." Yuan Gaohan was shocked and shouted. Bang! The heavenly dance rotating purple-gold cauldron finally exploded with a deafening sound. A large amount of purple gas dispersed, and the cauldron disappeared completely in an instant. "Did I fail?" Gu Yueshing stared at the mass of purple chi in a daze. He seemed to be a little unwilling. He and Yuan Gaohan had been refining these 2 sword embryos for a long time to achieve such an effect, but they were destroyed so easily. Lightning condensation. As the purple mist gradually spread out, Yunxiao's cold voice came from within. As the purple mist was gradually driven away, Thousands of thunderbolts rose up, and 2 streams of cold air seeped out of them. It was the cold air of the northern heaven-cold star sword. Yuan Gaohan and Gu Yuesheng held back their excitement at the same time and looked over. They saw 2 swords shining in the sea of thunder, standing quietly in the middle. "I'll get you a better cauldron later," Yunxiao said proudly. "I'll go outside to condense the thunder tribulation and temper the sword shape." As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning wrapped around the 2 swords and disappeared. Yuan Gaohan and Gu Yuesheng were both slightly disappointed. They also wanted to see the lightning tribulation tempering the sword, especially Gu Yuesheng. He had never seen such a wonderful scene before, but they also knew that Yunxiao would not let them go before he recovered to the peak of the martial emperor realm. Fortunately, they had a good time here, and both of them had improved greatly. Even Yuan Gaohan had a faint feeling that he would break through to the 9th level in this divine realm tablet. The various experiences he had during this period of time were great opportunities that were hard to come by in his life. He would not leave even if he was driven out now. He was even a little nervous at the moment. What should he do if Yunxiao returned to the peak of the 9th tier and wanted to drive him out? Gu Yuesheng's gains were even greater. After learning from Yuan Gaohan during this period of time, whether it was his knowledge, comprehension, or strength, they all continued to advance by leaps and bounds. After sighing with emotion, the 2 of them went off to cultivate. Yunxiao reappeared in the secret chamber, put away the divine realm tablet, and teleported out of the room. He turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the base of Tianyuan Trading Company, shooting into the distant sky. That was Ying Luo just now. In an instant, several people rushed out and looked at each other, staring at the empty house. "Tomorrow is the double meeting. Young Master Yun, you're leaving at this time? What's so important?" Young Emperor Haolian asked in surprise. Mo Xiaochuan's voice rang out in the courtyard. "Stop guessing. Young Master Yun has just sent me a message. He'll definitely be back before tomorrow." Yunxiang looked at Ding Ling, who was full of worry, and said with a smile, "Sister Ling, you're overthinking it. When has young Master Yun ever disappointed us?" "I'm not worried about young Master Yun," Ding Ling said seriously. "He left in a hurry. I don't know if he's in danger." Yunxiang was stunned, and then she became worried. "Haha, you're really worrying for nothing?" Young Emperor Haolian laughed. "Women, once they fall in love, their intelligence will immediately drop to 0. He shook his head and left with an enigmatic expression, leaving the 2 girls blushing. "You're right, Xiaohuang. There aren't many people in the world who can put young Master Yun in danger." Luo Yunxiang consoled Ding Ling with a blushing face, as well as herself. "Sister is right, but there's nothing to worry about. I'm just overthinking." Ding Ling nodded and said. The atmosphere between the 2 was a little awkward. Everyone knew how they felt about Yunxiao, but Yunxiao had not shown any attitude for a long time. On the contrary, it made the friendship between the 2 of them better and better. The 2 of them seemed to be doing this on purpose and began to feel like sisters. "Yesterday, I saw a hairpin that was quite suitable for elder sister in a jewelry shop. I wonder if elder sister has the time to go and take a look," Ding Ling said. "All right." Luo Yunxiang smiled gently. The 2 of them left together. On the eve of such an important event, they still had the mood to go shopping. Yunxiao transformed into a thunderbolt and traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, arriving thousands of miles away from Songhua City. It was an empty space, and there was no one in sight. He quickly made hand seals and formed a medium-sized formation with a radius of 100 meters on the ground. Then, he scattered a large number of vitality stones into the formation. Only then did his expression turn serious and a light slowly emerged from his hand. As the light flickered, it gave birth to an endless amount of cold air. The cold light shone on the water, and the entire sky began to surge with wind and clouds, and dark clouds began to gather. The appearance of a 9th-tier profound armament immediately caused a strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The thunderclouds in the sky churned and the pressure was shocking. "This buy-in..." The demonic dragon was shocked. "You've set up a thunder-gathering array below you. This will double the amount of lightning and magnify the level 9 lightning tribulation. Do you want to die? You'll really die if you play like this. Xianxia smiled crazily and said, Hee hee. I'm going to absorb the lightning power of this 9th-tier profound artifact Heavenly Tribulation to cultivate the thunder transformation divine art and refine my immemorial heaven's eye at the same time. This lightning is the strongest power of the second wood. Crazy, crazy. You're going to harm me too. The demonic dragon cursed angrily. I'm still counting on you to have some future prospects. Xianxia ignored it and waited quietly for the thunder tribulation to come. The thunder-gathering array below seemed to have felt the large amount of lightning power filling the air. It began to operate slowly, emitting a bright green light. A patch of green began to appear between the heavens and the earth. Thunderclouds began to gather in the sky above in a terrifying manner. A large sea of lightning appeared, but it did not fall. The demonic dragon felt the power coming from the sky in a daze. Cold sweat seeped out of his body as he muttered to himself, It's over. It's over. Ingluo, crazy. A complete madman, Ingluo. The entire sky was originally dark and lightless, but as the lightning gathered, it began to gradually light up, as if a huge piece of jade was embedded in the sky. It grew bigger and bigger, and the pressure became more and more intense. Xianxia felt all his hair stand on end as he trembled in horror. You're afraid too? I know you like to mess around, the demonic dragon said, but this time you've really gone too far. Hurry up and hide in the Divine Realm tablet. He was sharing his soul with Xianxia, so he could sense the trembling coming from the latter. It wasn't a human's cowardice, but a sense of insignificance in the face of the might of heaven and earth. A drop in the ocean. There was a limit to human strength, but heaven and earth were endless. Xianxia's faint voice rang out with a hint of extreme excitement as he said, I'm standing between heaven and earth. I'm very happy and honored to be able to feel the endless fortune and the mighty power of the universe. An endless battle intent emerged from his body as he was prepared to fight against the heavenly might. After gathering enough energy, the sea of lightning that looked like a jade disk in the sky finally turned into a shocking thunderbolt and fell from the sky. The thunderbolt was 100 meters thick and dark green in color. Fortunately, it was only green. If it had turned purple, Xianxia would not have dared to resist it, no matter how heroic he was. Northern Heaven's Cold Star Sword. Go! Xianxia waved his sword, and the Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword in his hand was thrust into the ground. As the thunderbolt of the 9th heaven fell, Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and a green light emerged around him as his body began to turn into thunder. Boom! As the lightning struck, the entire world was enveloped in a sea of lightning. There was nothing else. He wanted to use the lightning of tribulation to make up for the lack of wood chi in the lightning transformation divine art and directly absorb the lightning for his own use. When he was transforming into lightning, he felt as if his entire body had been integrated into the lightning. The energy of the world was a part of his body, and it could derive endless essence. However, as the tribulation lightning fell, his body still felt a great shock, as if it was going to be scattered. His body of lightning could not even maintain its original state and began to reveal itself. The power of the thunder tribulation washed over his body, his meridians, bones, causing great damage. His physical body was almost completely destroyed in an instant. After it was condensed, a golden light emerged. The imperishable golden body began to absorb the power of thunder to repair his body, but the speed of its destruction was still too slow. Blood was constantly oozing out of his pores. Even his eyes were bleeding. The immemorial heaven's eye on his forehead was mottled with blood. If one looked carefully, there was a small vortex in the heaven's eye, which seemed to be constantly absorbing the power of lightning. Can you really hold on? With a solemn look in its eyes, the dragon kept strengthening Xianxia's body with its soul power, but it had no effect under the thunderbolt. As soon as the dragon's demonized form appeared, it was immediately scattered by the thunderbolt, leaving only the imperishable golden body to hold on. At that moment, Xianxia's mind was gradually turning blank, and there was only one firm belief in his mind, which was to never turn back and press forward. On the ground below, thunderclouds covered the vast array. The northern heaven-cold star sword was making a very strong ringing sound inside, struggling as hard as Yunxiao's body. Cold air kept spreading out of it, and the sword momentum was rising. A few hundred miles away from the thunderclouds, dense purple patterns appeared in the sky, and black cracks flickered. Soon, a crack appeared, forming a passage. 5 figures slowly emerged from within. They were all dressed in snow-white clothes and exuded a sense of cold arrogance and nobility, as if they were immortals who lived in the heavens. There's such a strong energy fluctuation 100 miles away. Could it be that there's a battle between experts? The person in the lead had a pair of clear and handsome eyes. He wore a wide blue-patterned belt around his waist. His face was like a peach flower, and he looked refined and elegant. He raised his jade-like fingers and placed them on his face as he pondered. Yes, it's the power of thunder. I can sense it from 100 miles away. That person is so powerful. There were 4 maidservants behind the man, all dressed in white with chiffon and silk scarves draped over their shoulders. All of them had coral flowers in their hair. Some of them were bright and dignified. Some were as beautiful as the autumn moon, and some were charming and elegant, but all of them were unparalleled beauties. What was even rarer was that these 4 people had extremely high cultivation. They were all 3 stars martial supremes. With her age, her looks, and her cultivation, she would definitely be a proud daughter of heaven anywhere on the continent. In front of this man, there were only 4 maidservants. They were named after the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and were named after Qin, Qi Shu, and Hua. Xiaxia raised her suet-like hand, and a spherical glassware appeared on her wrist. She looked at it and said, "Young master, we are still 3,000 miles away from Songyue City." Donghua smiled sweetly. The empty sky around her was like a peach blossom in full bloom, and there was a lot more vitality. We sneaked out in a hurry, so it's normal for the positioning to be off. 3,000 li was covered in an instant, much better than expected. And there's no rush to go to Songyue City. The martial arts competition seems to be tomorrow. It's rare for me to come out, and I also want to see the various experts of the realm of heavenly martial arts. The person who is performing the thunder elemental technique in the distance doesn't seem weak. The man stared into the distance, showing great interest. The 4 girls were shocked. Chun Qin hurriedly said, "Young master has a body of gold. We don't know what's going on with that boorish man in front. If he hurts young master, then it's hard to escape death." The man furrowed his brows, his expression unhappy. "Elder Zhu, didn't you say that I'm unrivaled below the martial supreme realm? How come I've just come out and I've already encountered someone who can hurt me?" This Bai-en. Chun Qin didn't know how to reply. They and this young master had been cultivating in the sect for many years and rarely came out. How would they know the situation outside? The young master was more excited, while the 4 maidservants were more vigilant. The 4 of them became nervous when they saw that their young master was unhappy. Xiaxia hurriedly said, "I'm just afraid that my luck will be so bad that I'll encounter a martial emperor powerhouse as soon as I leave the house." And he didn't know the young master's identity, so it would be really troublesome. Why don't we go to Songyue City first and wait for Elder Zhu and the others to arrive? Young master can apply to Elder Zhu to travel outside for a period of time. That's right. I heard from the intelligence department last time that the son of the Miao Xian sect's leader was beaten to death and injured by someone outside. Now, the entire Miao Xian sect is looking for the murderer. Qiu Shu also echoed in agreement. The 4 of them were afraid that the curiosity of the man in front of them would cause a big problem. What kind of rubbish sect is the Miao Xian sect? How can they compare to my blade sect? The man snorted unhappily. These trash sects created some ranking of the North region's top 10 sections. Do they think that they can be on par with us? A bunch of simple-minded guys. That ranking has directly pulled down the level of our blade sword sect. Naturally, they can't be compared. Chun Qin laughed. It's no exaggeration to say that they're even brighter than the moon. But aren't we worried about young master? We're afraid that an uncontrollable accident will happen. At that time, not only will it not be good for young master, but the four of us will also be implicated. Can young master bear to see us four sisters being punished? She put on a pitiful look, and the other three women also put on a delicate and pitiful look, making people feel great pity for them. Dong Hua's eyes were filled with sparkling tears as she said sadly, "Could it be that the young master is about to marry Shui Luoyan from the Merchant Union and no longer loves us? I've heard that Shui Luoyan is one of the 2 golden flowers of the Merchant Union. Compared to her, us 4 sisters will only be inferior." This man was the son of the Blade sect master, Chen Feng. The purpose of his visit to Songyueyang City was to participate in the martial arts competition. However, he was not willing to wait for the sex arrangements, so he had snuck out with his 4 beloved maidservants. Chen Feng replied, "My dear concubine, don't worry. If Shui Luoyan is as good as you, then she will only have the same status as you. If she's not as good as you, then at most she will only have a title." This so-called marriage was just to infiltrate the Merchant Union. Not every woman can easily obtain my favor. Dong Hua's tears turned into a smile. She said happily, "Young master's kindness to us sisters is something we can't repay. We're willing to serve young master with our lives. And if Shui Luoyan was as sensible as the 2 of you and obediently helped me control the Merchant Union, she would definitely benefit from it in the future." Chun Feng's expression was nonchalant, as if Shui Luoyan was already his. He said, "After I marry her, the 4 of you will help me train her. There's also that Ding Ling her fame and beauty are no less than Shui Luoyan's. This time I'll go take a look. If she's to my liking, I'll take her in as well." "Don't worry, young master." Chun Qin covered her mouth and laughed. "Even if it doesn't suit young master's taste at first, we'll definitely train it to your satisfaction." Didn't young master repeatedly praise the twin daughters of the Jing sect's head and pampered them 5 times? Xiaxu smiled. It's already amazing to be favored by the young master 5 times. The 2 sisters are really lucky. "That's true," Qin Feng said. "Aside from you 4 beloved concubines, very few people can interest me more than 5 times. The lightning has disappeared." As the few of them were talking, Chun Feng's pupils suddenly shrank as he looked into the distance. The 4 beautiful maidservants all cried out bitterly. They had finally managed to draw Chun Feng's attention away, but now it was drawn away again. "Young master, let's hurry to Songyue City," Dong Hua quickly said. "If a fight were to break out, young master would be exhausted and it would affect tomorrow's martial arts competition. If we fail in the end and are unable to marry Shui Luoyan, I'm afraid that even Lord Sect Master will be furious." "Humph. You just don't believe in my strength. I don't believe that I'll encounter an existence that I can't defeat the moment I leave the Blade sect. As for the martial arts, apart from Li Feiyu, who has an undeserved reputation, can anyone else withstand a single move from me? This time, not only will I let those frogs in the Merchant Union know the strength of my Blade Sword sect, but I'll also get their 2 golden flowers to submit to me. I'll also control 2 of the 7 great merchant unions and remove Li Feiyu from the list of the 4 prodigies." Chun Feng spoke with confidence, disdaining the 4's bitter persuasion. He turned into a ray of light and flew toward the place where the lightning had disappeared. The 4 women were secretly anxious and could only follow behind. They kept praying in their hearts that there was no powerful existence in front of them. Otherwise, if Chun Feng were to be injured, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. After being baptized by the thunderbolt, Yunxiao's entire body was almost completely limp. He lay on the ground, covered in blood. At the moment, the ground was scorched black, and the thunder-gathering array had been destroyed by the powerful thunderbolt without leaving a trace. Only the fully tempered northern heaven's cold star sword was stuck in the ground. The cold light shone on the water, and it was extremely dazzling. Suddenly, a ball of yellow light spilled out of Yunxiao's body and slowly condensed in the air, turning into a demonized Yunxiao who was staring at him, looking up and down, as if he was not used to it. Damn it! What the hell is going on? The demonized Yunxiao cursed. Turned out to be the voice of the dragon. Am I Li Yunxiao or myself in this state? The last time this brat used the Starlight Soul Body technique, it seemed like his own thoughts were the main focus. How come it's me now? Could it be because of his current injuries? That should be it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to split myself. This damn pervert, he's cultivating a cultivation technique so inexplicably. Please don't harm me in the end. The dragon was a little scared, very dissatisfied with his demonized appearance. He squatted down to check Yunxiao's injuries and said, I don't think he's dead. This kid is definitely crazy. He thought of the power of lightning from before and could not help but feel a wave of fear. The demon dragon kicked Yunxiao a few times, who was lying on the ground, and rolled a few times before saying, Haha, my whole body is charred on the outside and tender on the inside. However, this brat's body is really not bad. He's actually recovering so quickly. Yunxiao's body flickered with the light of the bright moon divine body, dotted with golden light, and his body was recovering at a visible speed. You kicked me 3 times. I'll remember that. Suddenly, Yunxiao sat up from the ground, performed a hand seal, and began to absorb a large number of primordial stones. How could you run out on your own? The demonic dragon was startled by his sudden awakening. He said awkwardly, I just wanted to see if you were dead. I don't know what happened either. However, when I sensed that your power was extremely weak, I condensed the power of starlight with a thought and left my body. Is this a good or bad thing? Yunxiao opened his eyes and looked at him coldly as he said, I'm extremely weak right now, and you still managed to split your soul. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? Hee. The dragon smiled awkwardly, then turned into a beam of light and flew into Yunxiao's body. After the soul fusion, Yunxiao immediately felt his strength increase. He performed the 1 qi of creation art, and a vast amount of primordial qi was absorbed into his body, quickly repairing it. He's just a weak martial emperor. How could he have created such a powerful thunderbolt? Chun Feng's voice rang out in the sky as he looked coldly at Yunxiao. Then, his eyes suddenly fell on the northern heaven-cold star sword beside Yunxiao, and his face changed as he said in shock, This Kasaya. This is a 9th-tier profound armament. The 4 women arrived at the same time. When they saw that he was only a weak martial emperor, they spread out their divine senses and found no one else. They heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Xiaxu, you're a 6th-tier alchemist. Look at that sword down there, is it a 9th-tier mystic artifact? Chun Feng said with a serious expression. The 4 women were startled at the same time, and when they looked at the long sword, a cold chill spread out, causing all 4 of them to be extremely shocked. Xiaxu hurriedly used his soul power to probe, and his expression instantly changed. He said in shock, Young master, this swan and I is really a 9th-tier profound armament. How could this swan and I have a 9th-tier profound armament? The other 3 women were also shocked. Even the Blade sect, one of the 7 superpowers, had an extraordinary 9th-tier profound weapon. Their eyes were filled with desire. Chun Feng half closed his eyes and started to analyze the situation. There must have been 2 martial supreme experts fighting here just now. After the winner was determined, one of them died, while the other was seriously injured and had already escaped. The person below should be the follower of the fallen martial emperor. During the final battle of strength, although he had hidden far away, he was still affected by the residual force and was severely injured. This 9th-tier profound armament is his master's. That must be the case. Young master is indeed intelligent. Chun Qin revealed a look of admiration. Her eyes were filled with little stars, and the other 3 women also had looks of admiration. Silly. These 2 words were out of place, causing the 4 women to be stunned. Their expressions changed drastically, and they glared at the 4 women. Chun Feng's face turned cold as he stared at the person who had spoken. He said coldly, Trash martial emperor? Who are you scolding? I'm scolding whoever thinks he's smart, Yunxiao said lightly. I'm scolding whoever thinks he's smart. He lazily opened his eyes and looked up into the sky. Suddenly, His expression changed and he said, "Where are the 4 beautiful girls?" He then shook his head and lamented, "What a pity! What a sin!" The 4 girls' eyes were like peach blossoms. They're all no longer virgins. All the good cabbages have been dug out by pigs, and the fresh flowers are stuck in cow shit. When the 4 girls heard him praise her beauty, their faces were like peach blossoms, and they all revealed smiles. However, the more they heard, the more they felt that something was wrong. In the end, their expressions changed drastically, and Chen Feng's anger had long since overflowed into the heavens. Where did this brat come from? Dong Hua scolded. He's making irresponsible remarks. Damn it! Chun Qin consoled Chen Feng. Young master, please don't get angry. People outside are just that ungrateful. They don't know young master's identity. That's why they dare to offend you like this. Otherwise, they would have knelt down and kowtowed a long time ago. Only then did Chun Feng's anger subside a little, and he said, "Yes, I won't argue with this kind of person. I'll just take the sword and teach him a lesson." He was a world-famous young master, so he had to have his own tolerance and demeanor. Qiu Shu stared at Yun Xiao with a disdainful look in her eyes and said coldly, "You're like a pile of mud. Hurry up and present the sword with both hands. Then, kneel at the side and wait for my young master's instructions." Yun Xiao frowned and snorted coldly. "I'm going to give your young master 10 slaps for what you just said." Qiu Shu's expression changed drastically. He laughed out of extreme anger. "Haha! Frog at the bottom of the well. What a joke. You probably can't even see through our cultivation. Let me tell you, you Toad, our strength is great. The 4 broken shoes are 1-star martial supremes, and this fool is a 7-star martial supreme master. Moreover, the aura that I can faintly sense is above that of a 7-star martial supreme master." Yun Xiao ignored the 5 people's shock and continued, This blue belt on this fool's waist seems to be an extremely powerful profound level weapon. And why do I feel that he looks a little familiar? Using a belt as a weapon can still leave an impression on me. Let me think, Ing Luo." The 4 maidservants were so shocked that they were speechless. Chun Feng's face was also filled with shock, and he suddenly felt a sense of anger. It was as if it was an insult to have his strength seen through by this trash, let alone his background. Extremely displeased, he roared, "Don't talk nonsense. How could a mere martial emperor like you have the qualifications to know a Bayan like me?" "Ah, I remember." Yun Xiao slapped his thigh and interrupted. "It's Chen Duantian's thorned purple snake sword. What, did he pass it to you? Are you his son? It does look a little similar." Chen Feng was completely stunned. The other party had immediately identified him, causing him to be dumbfounded. The 4 beautiful maidservants were completely dumbfounded. The 5 of them looked at Yun Xiao again. He was covered in dirt and blood, and his face was as dirty as it could be. Usually, it would be a great honor for them to even take a look at such a man, but at this moment, there was something strange about him. "Young master, don't be fooled by his nonsense," Chun Qin suddenly said. "In the entire North region, to be able to have young master's elegant demeanor and the company of us, the 4 beauties of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, everyone can easily guess young master's identity. Since I've guessed young master's identity, it's not surprising to think of the sect master's purple snake's thorn god's word." "I see." Chun Feng came to a realization as he looked at Yun Xiao with disdain and said, "You're indeed a despicable villain. Do you think you can escape with your life by playing tricks like this? You're so naive. I only wanted to teach you a little lesson," Chun Qin said coldly. "Now that you're really courting death, you can't blame us." "Xianxia, you're so ignorant." Yun Xiao snorted disdainfully and said, "If Chun Duantian had come in person, I might have been a little afraid, but his son's words are so harsh. These 2 girls have been disrespectful to me. I'll let it go if I give you 20 slaps for your father's sake." "You're looking for death." Chun Qin felt that she had never seen such an ungrateful person before. Since she already knew their identities, not only did they not respect her and obediently follow her orders, they even dared to speak so rudely. In her eyes, this was already a huge offense. The sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out, and a cold light flashed. A white light flew down, as if it was washing the sky and falling from the 9 heavens. A look of admiration appeared on Chen Feng's face as he commented, "Spring water from a river flows east," and spring zither perfectly demonstrated the essence of spring water swordsmanship. The results of her training in this period of time are very remarkable. The 9th tier profound weapon below just so happens to be a cold attribute item. After you capture this brat, that profound weapon young master will bestow it to you. Many thanks, young master. Chun Qin was overjoyed when she heard this. She couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. Even for them, a 9th tier profound armament was something that was out of their reach. As the force in their hands stabilized, they even added a few portions of yuan power into it, and their hearts were like fire as they wanted to obtain that sword. The other 3 women were all envious and secretly regretful. Why didn't they make the first move and let Chun Qin get such a big advantage? Yun Xiao took a light breath. His injuries had mostly recovered, and his cultivation base had broken through several stars in a row under the Thunder Tribulation, rushing to the level of a 5 stars martial emperor. Then he pointed at the sword with one hand. Immediately, a sword light appeared. The Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword turned into a rainbow-like sword chi and soared into the sky. 2 cold lights, similar to sword gleams, collided violently in the air. The Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword appeared to be even fiercer. Its sword chi cut through the power of spring water and directly split Chun Qin's spring water flowing to the east into 2 halves, while Yun Xiao's sword chi went straight into it and illuminated the 9 heavens. Chun Qin's joy dissipated in an instant, and her face turned pale with fear. Fortunately, her strength was extraordinary, so she managed to recover from the shock and horror at the critical moment. Her delicate body flickered and dodged the sword beam that soared into the sky, but the coldness of the sword chi made her tremble. For some reason, when she looked down again, she found Yun Xiao's eyes as clear as the stars in the night sky, so pure that she could not muster up any will to resist. The other 4 people were also shocked. They looked at the sword light that was gradually dissipating in the sky with disbelief. Is this the power that a weak martial emperor could exert? Pa! 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 Just as the crowd was so shocked that they could not react in time, a few crisp slaps rang out in the air, even more shocking than thunder. The 4 women were instantly dumbfounded. Chun Feng was caught off guard by Yun Xiao's attack, and he was slapped 3 times before he was forced to retreat. The entire sky was eerily silent, and Chun Feng and the 4 women were completely dumbfounded. They felt as if everything in front of them was an illusion. He was the son of the Blade Sect's sect master, a young master who was famous throughout the world. There was no one who did not respect him. Ordinary martial artists would even be proud to be able to meet him once. Just being able to speak a few words with him was enough to boast about for the rest of their lives. And now, Yingluo Qinfeng covered his slightly hot face, unable to react in time. Looking at Yun Xiao's cold and mocking eyes, he finally accepted the fact. He, the son of the Blade Sect's sect master, a famous person in the world, had actually been slapped by this filthy and unbearably filthy young man. If the person in front of him was a martial Dao senior or a martial sovereign, it would be fine. However, he was actually an existence of the same age as him. Arg! Die, die, die! Extreme anger roared in the sky. Chun Feng felt that he had never been so angry in his life. The anger he had accumulated in his life was not as much as this, and it was almost burning him to death. The other 4 women were at a loss for what to do. They stood in the sky in a daze, trembling and keeping quiet out of fear. They did not know how to deal with the situation at the moment, as if tearing Yun Xiao's body into 1,000 pieces would not offset his sin. Die! Chun Feng took a deep breath and spat out the word die once again. His aura instantly rose to the extreme, and he pointed his finger in anger. A jade-gloved finger on his right index finger flickered and instantly unsealed. A terrifying force spread out, as if sucking in all the spiritual chi in the surrounding 1,000 miles. A green spiritual pressure shot out, constantly expanding in the air and pressing down. The entire sky had become the world of this terrifying finger, and all living beings seemed so small and insignificant in it. Xianxia watched everything quietly, not even showing the slightest surprise in his eyes. With both hands in a sword incantation gesture, he guided the northern heaven cold star sword to draw a few sword flowers in front of him. 9 lotus flowers emerged, forming a huge lotus flower that stood in the sky. The sword was upside down in front of him, and a 3-dimensional diamond-shaped light emerged, dissipating the force of the finger around him. Sword Song 9 Lotus Dream Flower. Xianxia kicked lightly with his right foot, and a stream of energy hit the tip of the sword, making a crisp ringing sound. Then he pushed his right hand, which was holding the hilt, forward, and his whole figure and the sword momentum merged into one, cutting through the sky that was filled with surging might. The sword broke the surface with a single point, like a green silk suddenly being cut open. Chun Feng's pupils constricted. Although he had little experience in dealing with enemies, he knew that Xianxia was not as simple as he looked. Moreover, the 9th-tier mystic artifact was in his hands, so he might really be the owner of it. Thinking of the shocking power of thunder just now, his heart gradually grew heavy. However, he, who had always thought highly of himself, would not be shocked by these conjectures. He changed the seal in his hand and closed his left hand together to form a seal. 3 different colored handprints appeared in his hands. The head and tail of the handprints were connected and formed into one. It was like the head of a fierce beast, roaring and rushing out. Yunxiao's sword song cut through the finger light and was pressed down by the beast's head, which opened its huge mouth and tried to swallow it. In particular, the shocking pressure from the beast's head almost crushed his entire skeleton. The circulation of his vital qi was also shackled. It's actually the candle dragon seal. What? Xianxia was taken aback. It seems that you're not just a flower vase with only a cultivation base. It was said that one had to cleanse their body and transform their bones in order to cultivate this technique. Only by injecting the torch dragon's blood into their bodies could they begin the cultivation journey. The journey after that would not be easy. I can see that this move of yours is already a little mature. I'm afraid you've suffered a lot. His sword momentum changed from attack to defense. The sharp sword light was retracted, and green lotuses flickered around his body. Every time his long sword slashed out, it blocked the beast head's attack. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't seem to be defeated at all, and he looked at ease. Although Yunxiao's words were full of praise, they sounded extremely ironic to Qinfeng. When he thought of the 3 slaps, he was even more furious. However, his candle dragon seal was already an extremely domineering and powerful cultivation technique. Although he had the upper hand, he did not seem to be able to do anything to his opponent, and he was so angry that he cried out, "What, you're not happy because I'm complimenting you?" "This candle dragon seal is domineering," Yunxiao sneered, "but you're still too young to take me down with this." He changed the topic and suddenly sped up his sword, stabbing out hundreds of sword rays in the air. His body turned into dozens of afterimages at once, and each sword ray struck a different part of the torch dragon's head almost at the same time. For some reason, the beast head actually became alive, and it even looked like it was in pain as it retreated. After pushing his opponent back with a single strike, Yunxiao took the opportunity to retreat dozens of meters. He stood in the air and said with a cold smile, "The purple snake's thorn on your waist isn't just a decoration, is it?" Chun Feng's expression was extremely unsightly. It was as if he had no choice but to accept the extremely depressing reality before his eyes. This incomparably slovenly youth had the qualifications for him to fight with all his might. This made him extremely uncomfortable. Not only did he lose his great sense of superiority in terms of status, but he also lost his great sense of superiority in terms of cultivation. "As you wish, I'll grant you the right to see my true strength." Chun Feng became calm, and all of his negative emotions were swept away. At this moment, he had once again returned to being the son of the sect leader of the Blade Sect, the young master who was famous all over the world. "Young master, you can't," Chun Qin hurriedly shouted. "If you use up too much essence force now, then you'll have to endure it tomorrow." "Shut up." Chun Feng's face turned cold as he blurted out these words. This caused Chun Qin's body to tremble, and she didn't dare to say another word. I've been cultivating arduously in the sect since I was a child, and I rarely have the opportunity to come out and walk around. However, I often heard the elders and protectors of the sect say that my strength and talent are very strong, and that even the 4 prodigies of the north are just an undeserved reputation. I always thought that it was the truth. Chun Feng calmed down and continued. Since I was young, my goal has been to become the leader of a sect, to join the ranks of the world's powerhouses, to become a martial arts grandmaster respected by tens of thousands of people. Therefore, I've never bothered to fight for the false title of the 4 prodigies of the north. Even my father had high expectations of me. He wanted me to focus on martial arts and set the world's peak as my goal, advancing forward with indomitable will. All these years, I've been aiming for the 7 great sect leaders and the 10 great martial sovereigns as my driving force. I've been seeking for more on this never-ending path of martial Tao. However, today, the heavens let me meet you. Chun Feng's expression became stern and fierce. His eyes were still filled with the anger of being deceived. He growled. It's only now that I've met you that I realize that everyone has been saying that my strength and talent are amazing, and that I rarely have any opponents below the martial supreme realm. You're lying to me. As soon as I left the Blade sect, I found it so difficult to fight against any random martial emperor I met. Even the candle dragon seal that the elders in the sect praised endlessly was helpless against you. They were all lying to me. I'm a 7 stars martial supreme, but I can't even take down a 5 stars martial emperor like you. What amazing talent. What few rivals below the martial supreme realm. What sect's great grandmaster. What unrivaled martial supreme realm. Chun Feng became extremely agitated. Waves of origin power surged from his body, and his aura rose with every roar. The purple serpent's thorn on his waist began to tremble, as if it was going to be unsheathed at any moment. Xianxia sighed helplessly. I can't help it. You're indeed strong. But it's a pity that you're up against me. Let alone you, even if the 4 prodigies of the north came together, as long as they didn't have the cultivation of a martial supreme, I would still beat them down. I won't be able to escape the remaining 17 slaps today. Just treat it as a lesson. He was telling the truth. With Xianxia's current strength, even if he was not the strongest man under the martial supreme realm, he was not far from it. Do you also think that I'm not a match for the 4 prodigies of the north? Xianxia's words seemed to have a different feeling in Chen Feng's ears. The anger of being looked down on burned in his body. You're courting death, Chun Feng roared. Today, I will use your blood to reforge my heart of martial arts. His entire body turned purple under the sword at his waist, and his face became somewhat pained. The 4 maidservants had already retreated far away in horror, their faces filled with deep worry and anxiety. Oh, it seems that you sacrificed your body to refine the sword, but you can't fully control it, which is why it's so slow and painful to activate. All right, I'll give you a chance to use your full strength and make you accept your loss. Let's go, Xianxia said faintly as he stood in the air a distance away. He did not take the opportunity to attack, but only recovered his strength quickly. In the distance, the 4 women were even more shocked by Xianxia's insight and confidence. Sisters, what should we do now? The young master is already in a difficult position, Xiaxia said anxiously. If he used the thorns of the purple snake, he would be in a weak state for a few days. What should we do about tomorrow's Songyu Yang City martial arts competition? Qiu Shu's big eyes flickered as she said. But if we don't use that 9th tier profound armament, young master will not be able to suppress this person in front of you. Just who is this person? Could it be that we've been in the Blade sect for so long that we're so used to being flattered that we're actually very weak? Don't spout nonsense, Chun Qin shouted. This person should be an exception. Otherwise, how could he be able to cross a major realm and challenge someone? Moreover, he was facing our young master. You must know that young master's true battle strength is not just that of a 7 stars martial supreme. Dong Hua said worriedly. The arrow is already on the bow and we have no choice but to fire. He could only think of a way after the battle. Elder Zhu should be able to help young master recover some of his strength. As long as I can recover half of it, I should be able to deal with those country bumpkins in Songhua City. Qiu Shu suddenly said, "What do you guys think we should do if Xianxia, and young master still can't defeat this person even after using the thorn of the purple snake?" "Bah!" Chun Qin scoffed and coldly snorted. "You pig brain!" The thorn of the purple snake was a 9th-tier peak, profound-level weapon that the young master had refined with his own body. Once this sword was used, even a martial emperor expert would have to avoid it. This Chun Qin ghost would die without a doubt. Humph, if young master loses in the end, we'll be bullied by others. Think about it, as long as it's a normal man, would he let go of such stunning beauties like us? The other 3 women's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. They felt that what Chun Qin said made sense, and all of them started to worry. In particular, Yunxiao had just come out of the Thunder Tribulation, and his body was in a mess, which made these girls, who were slightly obsessed with cleanliness, even more worried. If they were violated by others, Chun Feng would definitely not want them anymore. At that time, their value would plummet, and they would be reduced from being a maidservant of the future sect master of the Blade sect to an ordinary warrior. Their status and treatment would be very different. The 4 of them were all silently praying that Chun Feng would not lose. Their palms were already sweating, and they were even more nervous than the 2 who had fought in the arena. The pained expression on Chun Feng's face gradually disappeared, and his expression became cold. He said in a cold voice, "You're very arrogant, and that's the biggest reason for your fall this time. If you're lucky enough to continue living, you'll learn your lesson next time. It's a bad habit to make a conclusion before you even make a move," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Humph, no matter what you say, there's no chance of you surviving." Chun Feng pointed with a finger, and the purple snake thorn on his waist immediately flew out. It turned into a long snake in the air, rose into the air, and roared as it came down. Although it had the body of a snake, it flickered with sword chi, illuminating half the sky with purple mist. The long snake did not show much of an anomaly in the air, just like an ordinary mystic artifact being unsealed, but it gave Yunxiao a great pressure. He did not dare to underestimate it, and his face turned very serious. "Let me try and see how much you have mastered this long worm." Yunxiao stood with his sword held horizontally. A stream of cold air shot out of the sword, trying to test the power of the purple snake sword, but it was instantly suppressed by a great force. As soon as the sword light left his body, it dissipated, and then a mountain-like sword momentum came down from the sky, as if it was going to cut everything into pieces. So strong! Yunxiao's heart sank. Chun Feng's control over the snake-transforming purple sword was still beyond his expectations, and even the momentum of the Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword had been completely suppressed. "It can't be 100%, can it?" the demonic dragon asked in surprise. "This is a 9th-tier mystic artifact," Yunxiao said coldly. "Only a peak 9th-tier expert can exert 100% of its power. He sacrificed his body to the sword, so it's at most 30%, but even so, I can't compete with him." He hesitated no more. With a flash of light between his eyebrows, the Divine Realm tablet flew out and turned into a small mountain, pressing down on the purple snake. The Northern Heaven's Cold Star Sword was restrained by the pressure of the purple snake's thorn, but the Divine Realm tablet was not afraid at all and rudely collided with it. Boom, boom, boom! A huge tremor was heard, and the entire sky seemed to be shattered. Chun Feng's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was connected to the purple snake's thorn sword in his mind, so he felt a huge backlash. His blood vessels expanded, and his internal organs churned. What made him even more shocked was that he could clearly feel the fear coming from the purple snake, as if it was being suppressed by the other party. That's a peak 9th-tier profound armament, how could it be suppressed? A huge question mark appeared in Chun Feng's mind. Before he could think about it, the other party's jade tablet once again attacked him. The purple snake danced in the air as if it was trying its best to avoid the attacks. This time, it had become a one-sided attack. Chun Feng and the 4 women's mouths were wide open as they looked on, not knowing what to do. "Preposterous! Ridiculous!" Chun Feng cried out twice. His mind was half filled with anger and half filled with confusion. However, he could feel the intention of escape from the purple snake sword. He hurriedly controlled the sword with his sword fingers and kept the long sword back in his hand. Instantly, a purple shadow danced out like a long whip and slashed in the air. In this way, he could avoid direct collisions with the profound level weapons. If his purple sword was damaged by a few more collisions, then he would really be crying without tears. Humph, purple sword is powerful, but your cultivation is limited. It's useless. With a cold smile, Xianxia took back the Divine Realm tablet, then turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared from where he was, causing the purple shadow to miss. Teleportation. Chun Feng's eyes widened as he shouted, "No, it's not teleportation. It's so fast." Suddenly, he realized that Xianxia was shuttling through the air at the speed of lightning, leaving only the shadows of arcs of lightning that he could not catch with the naked eye. He calmed down and used his divine sense to explore, only to find that he was surrounded by strong mental power, which formed a huge interference and blocked his divine sense. Swish! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It was not just lightning, but also contained extremely powerful sword chi. It was as fast as lightning. In Chen Feng's alarm, he hurriedly raised his sword to block. After the sword chi dissipated with a bang, he took advantage of the situation and counterattacked in the direction of the attack, but he directly slashed empty air. So fast. Chun Feng's heart was greatly shocked, and he couldn't help but panic. His divine sense was disturbed by the other party's powerful spiritual power and was unable to identify the other party's position at all. He could only see the continuous lightning and thunder shuttling back and forth in the air. He suddenly realized that the huge power of thunder earlier was caused by the person in front of him. What an interesting combat technique. It's my first time using it, so I'll use you to test it out. Xiao's cheerful voice almost made Chenfeng vomit blood. But now the situation had reversed, and he could only be beaten passively. Although he could deal with Xiao's attacks with ease, a great sense of shame and anger welled up in his heart. Xiao was practicing this kind of fast-moving attack, and he had to constantly release a large amount of mental power to interfere with the exploration of the surrounding divine sense. For him, it was a very novel combat method, especially the control of his mental power, which required a large area of interference, and the difficulty was not lower than that of artifact refining. What? Just as he was getting more and more familiar with his acting, he suddenly felt an unusual aura from Chen Feng's body. Under the constant attacks, the other party's emotions gradually calmed down. Xiao's pupils constricted as his body emerged in the sky. Divine retribution! Chun Feng raised his hand, and streams of purple mist surged out of the sword, covering the sky in a purple hue. He looked coldly at Xiao and said in a serious voice, "Since you can recognize the ultimate skill of my blade sect, you must have some background. No matter how tricky your moves are or how strange your profound level weapon is, can you withstand the profound meaning of my move?" Xiao put away his frivolous look and put on a serious face, as if he were facing a great enemy. At this moment, the sky also became extremely oppressive, as if a storm was about to come. "This is the first time I've used the purple serpent's thorn. I won't die, will I?" A hint of worry appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. Even he himself felt a little afraid, as if he was worried that he wouldn't be able to control the power of this technique. The powerful weapon essence that was constantly flowing out of the sword shook into his body. He could feel the great destructive power, and this was only the opening move. "It's very challenging." A crazed look appeared on Xiao's face as he laughed and said, "I've long wanted to experience the saber sword sect's ultimate skill, but I've never had the chance. Since you know this divine retribution, that's really good." He pointed with one hand, and a stream of light appeared on the northern heaven cold star sword, which stood in front of him. Then he waved his left hand, and another long sword appeared. The two identical swords began to rotate under his incantation, and a subtle connection was formed between them. This action made everyone's eyes widen. It was already heaven-defying for a martial emperor to be able to use a 9th-tier profound armament, let alone two. Also, How could an ordinary person possess two ninth-tier profound armaments at the same time? Chun Feng and the four maidservants also gradually realized that this person's identity was not simple, but they had no choice but to fire the arrow on the bow. Moreover, in terms of status, the son of the sect master of the Saber sect would not lose to anyone. The might of the heavens. One sword to punish the heavens. As Chun Feng's sword aura rose, the entire world changed color, and the universe changed its position. A power of rules that ruled over the world spontaneously emerged. The heavens and earth were not benevolent, and all living things were regarded as dogs. Everything disrespects the heavens. The power of judgment will descend and destroy everything. Yunxiao's face flickered. As soon as the power of the divine retribution rose, he felt an infinite pressure. Under the mighty power of the universe, his body glowed with a golden light, resisting the heavenly might that could destroy all things. Fortunately, there was a golden light shining brightly under his hand seal. Although Chun Feng and the four women saw the strange state of his body, no one would think that it was the inextinguishable golden body. Under his control, the two northern heaven-cold stars' swords became more and more powerful, and the connection between them was stacked one by one. Outside the two swords, a strange-shaped formation map faintly appeared, connecting the two swords into one through the resonance. They were like a profound level weapon, no longer separate from each other. The heavenly sword and the heavenly sword illustration. Yunxiao cried out lightly, his face turning sharp and pale under the cold light of the sword chi. The array diagram had instantly drained all his strength and poured it into the sword diagram. The heavenly sword chi took the form of a horn and transformed into a sea of swords, facing the power of the heavenly punishment. At this moment, the purple snake thorn in Chen Feng's hand seemed to have been unsealed. The long snake flicked its tongue, as if this totem that had descended with the power of heaven's wrath had personally descended upon the world. Boom! The two powers clashed together. One was the heaven's retribution, and the other was the heavenly sword diagram. As they clashed, the sky instantly turned dark, and the four women who were watching from afar were greatly affected. They hurriedly circulated their vital chi to defend, and they were so shocked that they could not even open their eyes. The hearts of the four women trembled at the same time. This was the first time they had seen such an earth-shattering move. They felt that such a terrifying move shouldn't exist in this world. What shocked them even more was that Yunxiao could still resist the heavenly might. Boom, boom, boom. Loud bangs kept ringing out, and the aftershocks grew stronger and stronger. Yunxiao, who was at the center of the shock, had long conjured the devil sky armor, but he still could not withstand the suppression of the heavenly might, and his body kept crumbling. At that moment, he released the demonic chi suppressed by the dynasty bell. He wanted to use the demonic chi to resist the heavenly punishment. However, he found that the demonic chi seemed to be restrained by the power of the heavenly tribulation. A large amount of it was destroyed and almost cleared out. Chun Feng's condition was also not good. He had used all his strength to resist the backlash of the divine retribution and the purple snake thorns. The battle suit he had conjured was also in danger, and it could dissipate at any moment. Boy! Quickly hide in the divine realm tablet. The demonic dragon wanted to demonize his body, but it failed completely under the divine retribution. Even his soul power gradually dissipated. Don't tell me you're already dead. It watched in horror as Yunxiao's body collapsed and burst into a large amount of blood. Idiot! Shut up! Can't you see that I'm preparing for a counterattack? Yunxiao shouted coldly. His voice was extremely cold, as if he had no sense of the damage to his body. The demonic dragon was truly speechless. He said in shock, "Counterattack? Is there a hole in your brain? Save yourself from death first, then try to escape." Its words came suddenly, and it was horrified to find that Yunxiao's exploded body had turned into lightning and scattered inch by inch, no longer bursting into a bloody mist like before. As the power of Chun Feng's sword gradually crushed the sword diagram, the two northern heaven-cold star swords were completely shattered. They lost all their light and became lifeless. Yunxiao had also lost his greatest defense. His entire body exploded and turned into a thundercloud. At this moment, another sword emerged from the thunderclouds. It was the third Northern Heaven Cold Star sword. As soon as the sword embryo appeared, the sky and earth changed color, and the thunder tribulation began to form. Now, if you want to kill me, let Chen Duanyan come. A cold voice rang out in the thunder. Yunxiao circulated the small ball of energy floating above his dantian, which was his last bit of strength. His entire body glowed brightly, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sword within the lightning was sharp, directly drawing down the grade 9 lightning tribulation to chase after it. Chun Feng was shocked, and his face turned pale. The sword chi was not strong, but it became so powerful under the 2 thunderbolts that it broke through his heaven's wrath. Yunxiao's body of thunder finally merged with the 9th grade lightning tribulation falling from the sky before he made the last strike. With the same heavenly might, he slashed at the thorn of the purple snake. Boom! The sky exploded once more. Although it wasn't as terrifying as before, the 4 girls let out a cry of pain as Chen Feng's body was sent flying like an arrow. After the tremor, the thundercloud in the sky gradually condensed into Yunxiao's body, but it was incomplete and covered in blood. The 3rd Northern Heaven's Cold Star sword in his hand had also lost all of its spiritual light from the backlash of the purple snake thorns. The aura on his body was abnormally weak, but his eyes were still sharp as he coldly looked in the direction where Chun Feng had been sent flying. Yunxiao put away the Northern Heaven's Cold Star sword. Then, with a flash of light between his eyebrows, he released the calabash little Vajra, which flew across the sky. He gently stepped on the back of the gourd little King Kong and headed in the direction of the dust. At this moment, the 4 women in the distance finally reacted. They didn't care about their fear or the shock in their hearts. They only felt that something big had happened, as if the sky had fallen. They hurriedly turned into 4 rays of light and flew up. Chun Feng was sent flying several miles away and fell heavily on the ground. The thorn of the purple snake also fell beside him, as if it had returned to a belt, limp and powerless. The 4 women immediately landed on the ground and hurriedly checked Chun Feng's condition. After discovering that he was still alive, they all heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next moment he was greatly shocked. He saw Yunxiao standing on the back of the calabash King Kong, staring coldly at the dust on the ground. The 4 women's hearts went numb. Although they could sense that this person was already at the end of his life, they were still afraid of the might just now. None of them dared to approach, and they could only vigilantly guard Chun Feng. Chun Qin gripped her sword tightly as she braced herself and sternly said, "You've already won. Please leave. The Blade Sect is definitely not to be trifled with." In the past, when people knew their identities, they would all be very respectful. There was no need for them to boast about themselves. Now that he had called out the name of the Blade Sect, the 4 women felt a sense of powerlessness. If this person was afraid, he wouldn't have been able to put the young master in such a sorry state and make him unconscious. "Get lost!" Yunxiao's cold cry made the 4 women extremely nervous. They all drew their weapons and stood in front of Chun Feng to protect him. The 4 of them were all martial honors, which was not considered low. However, they had just witnessed the battle between the 2 of them, so they did not have any intention to fight. "Do you want to kill my young master?" Xiaxia asked in fear. "There will no longer be a place for you to hide in the ends of the earth." Yunxiao frowned as the calabash King Kong under his feet suddenly threw a punch. The power of the King Kong fist was just right, and it did not hurt the 4 women. Instead, it suppressed them and made them unable to move. Yunxiao slowly walked toward Chun Feng, his eyes emotionless. The 4 women were terrified and couldn't believe their eyes. Was he really going to kill the young master? Who exactly was he, to actually dare to do such a heaven-defying act? Yunxiao ignored the 4 women's fear. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at Chun Feng. A stream of primordial energy flowed out of his fingertip and pulled Chun Feng's body up. His limbs drooped down, and he was completely unconscious. "Even though you've lost your combat power, I can't go back on my words," Yunxiao said lightly. Then, he waved his right hand gently, and a series of pop sounds echoed in the air. Pa! The sound of the 20 slaps rang out in the hearts of the 4 women. It was so unreal, and only after all 20 slaps had been given did Chun Feng's body once again fly away. He fell to the ground, unmoving, but both sides of his face had already been completely turned into green buns. I'm starting to like this thorn of the purple serpent. But in Luo, Yunxiao looked at the purple snake sword on the ground and sighed. I don't want Qin Duantian to come here personally. It'll be very troublesome for me. Even when he had won all of the 7 great sect leaders, he did not dare to say that he would definitely win. If he encountered it now, he would definitely die. Even if he hid in the Divine Realm tablet, he would not be able to escape. Therefore, although he liked the thorn of the purple snake, he could not take it. With a wave of his hand, the Calabash King Kong immediately retracted its fist. The 4 women immediately felt their bodies relax, and the power that was suppressing them suddenly disappeared. The Calabash King Kong flew forward. Yunxiao stepped on his back and immediately turned into a beam of light, disappearing into the distance. Although this battle was extremely difficult and dangerous, he had gained a lot. Furthermore, he had cultivated the thunder transformation technique to the great success stage and had witnessed the power of the Blade Sect's heavenly punishment. Could be considered a great harvest. What he urgently needed to do now was to slowly comprehend and digest the insights he had gained from this battle, and then recover his origin power. As soon as Yunxiao left, the 4 maidservants ran toward Chun Feng in a panic and kept calling out, "Young master," but Chun Feng could not answer. "Xia Qi, is the young master all right?" The 3 of them quietly waited for Xia Qi's test results, deeply worried. The 4 of them would not be able to escape responsibility for today's incident. However, as long as Qin Feng could wake up, with their methods of pleasing him, they did not have to worry about the severity of the punishment. What they were worried about was that if something happened to Chun Feng, they would be completely finished. Even though all the meridians are broken, bones are shattered, and even the muscles are destroyed, Xia Qi said slowly, "Just tell me the result directly. Will young master be all right? If you say that, you'll be worried to death," Chun Qin said anxiously. The other 2 were also anxious. Xia Qi's serious face suddenly broke into a smile. "Looking at how worried you are you afraid that if something happens to young master, no one will pamper you?" All of them were showing off. "Don't worry, although it looks serious, it's not fatal. These injuries are small to us, and we'll be fine after taking some spirit medicine. However, for tomorrow's martial arts competition, you can't win." Her face once again sank into worry. "It's already a blessing in the midst of misfortune to be able to keep your life." Chun Qin sighed. "No matter how important the martial arts competition is, it's not as important as young master's life. At most, everyone will be punished for this matter. As long as the young master wakes up, he will naturally take the responsibility and will not blame us. Let's find a safe place to heal young master first, then send out the signal and wait for Elder Zhu to come." The 4 girls hurriedly went to pick up Chun Feng when Xiao Shu suddenly whispered, "Sister Chun Qin, didn't you say that person would definitely bully us after winning? Could it be that we're not charming enough?" Chun Qin's face turned red, and a cold expression appeared on her face. She snorted, "If this person wasn't afraid of our blade sect, do you think we would be able to escape this calamity today? Since you're afraid of our blade sword sect, why would you dare to hurt young master?" Xiao Shu revealed a puzzled expression. Chun Qin was stunned for a moment before she glared at her and said angrily, "Don't babble anymore. Pay attention to young master. Do you want to be beaten up?" With Chun Feng in their arms, the 4 women turned into beams of light and disappeared from where they were. However, they did not dare to go in the same direction as Yunxiao, so they went in the other direction. In the center of Songyue City stood 7 symbolic flags, symbolizing the highest power in the merchant union. They fluttered in the strong wind, and the sound excited everyone. Every time the martial arts and sorcery duels were held, it was the time when the interests of the merchant union were reshuffled, which had the greatest impact on the middle forces of the merchant union. The former would become the king, squeeze into the 7 chambers of commerce, and divide the huge cake. The latter would go to Wheat City, which was in imminent danger and might even fall apart. Because the competitors would not let go of the losers, they could only rely on other board members to get a chance to breathe. When Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce had squeezed into the top 7, it had completely devoured and eliminated a former member of the board of directors. The business world was like a battlefield, and it was even worse and crueler than a battlefield. Killing people and exterminating sex was just the ultimate means to continue the struggle. No one knew exactly how many chambers of commerce there were in the Merchant Union, because new chambers of commerce were established every day and old ones were destroyed. The total number always fluctuated within the range of more than 500. At this moment, the central square was packed with people. It was a gathering of the wind and clouds. Except for the 7 major merchant alliances, the presidents of all the other medium and large chambers of commerce would come personally. Even if they could not get into the 7 major merchant alliances, they could still get a lot of benefits even if the merchant alliance they belonged to was ranked high. The martial arts and technique duels would take up 50% of the total. The top 10 would each be given 1 to 10 points. After the 2 duels were added together, the final points would be the final ranking. This ranking would directly affect the distribution of benefits for the next few years. It would be a huge chip in splitting the cake. Under the 7 flags in the center, 7 seats were arranged in a fan shape, which could accommodate hundreds of people, but only the people of the 7 merchant alliances were qualified to sit. The rest of the people from the Chamber of Commerce could only stand. There were only 2 rows of chairs on one side of the square for the martial emperor powerhouses from the other chambers of commerce to sit on as a form of respect for the powerhouses. There were more than 10 people sitting on the chairs, all of whom were the strongest existences in the large and medium-sized chambers of commerce. Their expressions were indifferent, and it was impossible to tell what they were thinking. They rarely chatted with each other, and even if they did, it was just a few simple words of courtesy. Each of them had their own plans in their hearts as they listened to the soft discussions of the people around them. Humph, teleportation? Don't joke. In addition to the spiritual strength of an 8th-tier great alchemist, there are also many secret arts that can achieve it. Yeah, I think so too. Look at how old Xianxia is. Unless he started cultivating in his previous life, he will not be able to cultivate. I estimate that his strength is at the peak of the 6th step. TSK. How could he be at the 6th step? In addition, although soul power was an important factor in measuring an alchemist, it was not an absolute factor. Taking 10,000 steps back, perhaps he really was born with an abnormal soul power, but what's the use without the comprehension of the art? Well, that's true. I estimate that his understanding of the art of divination can only reach the top 20. I think the top 20 are all incredible. This time, I'm more optimistic about young Master Tang Xian of the 4 Extremes sect. I heard that he has received the Array Dao inheritance of the king level and has a deep understanding of the art of magic. There's also Tong Xiu from the Empyrean 1 Pavilion. It's said that he's the disciple of a great alchemist in the Holy Region, but he was seduced by a pair of beautiful sisters, and now he's also a disciple of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion. When it comes to seduction, how can she compare to the water goddess of the Mando Chamber of Commerce? She can even seduce the son of the Sword sect master. In my opinion, the Mando Chamber of Commerce will definitely be the first in the 2 duels of the Merchant Union this time. Yes, that's very likely. However, the myriad treasure store is not to be trifled with. Li Feiyu is one of the 4 prodigies of the North region. Even if he is the son of the sect master of the Blade sect, he would probably find it difficult to defeat him. Upon hearing this, one of the martial emperor powerhouses sitting on the 2 rows of chairs suddenly coughed heavily. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he stared coldly at the 2 martial artists who were chatting. Those 2 were his disciples. They were so scared that their expressions changed and they retracted their tongues, not daring to talk anymore. Brother Zhao, your analysis is quite reasonable. Why don't you let me say it? A gray-clothed expert next to the martial emperor Zhao smiled faintly and said, "It seems that young Master Tang Xian's success in obtaining the throne's Array Dao inheritance is true. Then this mere technique would be easily obtained and he would definitely take first place." Brother Zhao's Eastern Ancient Chamber of Commerce is the #1 vassal of the Four Extremes sect. It's going to be rich this time. Humph! Martial Sovereign Zhao snorted coldly and said, Brother Sun, you're smiling insincerely. The Mando Chamber of Commerce has attracted a big fish this time by playing the beauty card. I don't know if it's a big fish or a big crocodile. As the two of them were talking, the crowd suddenly quieted down. A group of people slowly walked over from the distance. The crowd immediately made way for them. It was the people from Money Gang who passed through the crowd and walked to the seats in the center that belonged to them. The 7 central seats represented the highest power and honor in the Merchant Union. Everyone was staring at the 7 flags in the sky with burning eyes, looking forward to the day when their Chamber of Commerce would be as dazzling as them. The person in charge of Money Gang, Zhang Chong, looked around. His eyes rolled and he immediately shouted, These people are really arrogant to actually make the Myriad Treasure Tower wait for so long. Isn't this openly challenging your Myriad Treasure Tower's authority and status? I think they're all looking for death. Out of the 7 chambers of commerce, only the 10,000 treasure store and Qianjin were there. The other 5 seats were empty. Cui Bo of Myriad Treasures store smiled and said, When did Elder Zhang become so good at drawing hatred for others? Since they're looking for death, can Elder Zhang do it for us? I don't have that ability. Zhang Chong laughed. Your Myriad Treasure store is the only outstanding one, suppressing our 6 sects. My money sect is just a small follower. His eyes turned behind the Myriad Treasure store seats and fell on a young man with delicate and handsome features. He immediately exclaimed, Cui Yuan? He's the one who's going to use this technique? Haha, my son just happened to come back from the Sea of Soul formation, so I let him fight on his behalf. Just don't embarrass our 10,000 treasures tower. Cui Bo chuckled, his face full of pride. Zhang Chong was no longer in the mood to tease. His expression became solemn as he silently returned to his seat, not saying a word. In the gold and money sect, a purple-clothed youth beside Chen Wudi frowned, as if he was unconvinced. A stream of soul power overflowed from his body and condensed into a certain form in the air. Suddenly, he headed in the direction of the 10,000 treasures tower. His target was Cui Yuan. This kind of sparring before the match was a great taboo. All the participants were properly recuperating, hoping to enter the battle in their best condition. No one was willing to waste a single bit of soul power before the match, let alone this kind of large-scale attack that consumed a lot of soul power. His soul power has actually condensed into form. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all looked toward the 2 central factions and revealed extremely shocked expressions. While the contestants were shocked, they were also overjoyed, hoping that both sides would be seriously injured. A look of unhappiness appeared on Cui Bo's face. However, when he turned to look, Zhang Chong was still pretending to be dead. As if he did not see it, Cui Bo let out a cold snort. As the vice sect master, in front of so many people, it was impossible for him to order his subordinates to attack. He could only let Cui Yuan take the attack himself. Cui Yuan appeared to be very casual. A faint soul power spread out from his body, forming a defense outside his body, directly blocking the purple-clothed youth's soul power attack. He didn't counterattack and just built a defensive barrier. The purple-clad young man's expression changed, and he instantly increased his soul power by a few times. He wanted to crush it, but he discovered that the barrier had also become stronger. It just blocked his attack at the right time, and it seemed as if it did not consume any more energy. The purple-clad young man was furious, and he used all sorts of spiritual attack techniques one by one. However, he was unable to break through that barrier no matter what. In a moment of desperation, he felt that he could not afford to lose face, so he attacked even more ruthlessly. Nanmen Xingqing, stop. Save some energy and use it later. It's easy to gain face, Chen Wudi said faintly. We'll just defeat him later. Everyone's looking at him now. What does it look like? Nanmen Xingqing seemed to be a little afraid of him. He snorted coldly and retracted his soul power. However, his expression became colder as he looked at Cui Yuan. The latter, on the other hand, did not seem to mind. Zhang Chong looked at Nanmen Xingqing and said indifferently, Don't underestimate him. He might be your biggest opponent today. Have a good rest. Although Nanmen Xingqing's face was still cold and arrogant, he did not dare to be too arrogant in front of Zhang Chong. He nodded and said, "You do have some strength, but I'm still confident." His probing caused the conversation of the people around them to turn to the two of them, and they continued to speculate. Who is that Nanmen Xingqing? He could actually achieve soul power manifestation. It's so powerful. I think it's at least the 7th step. There's definitely someone at the 7th rank. Otherwise, the money sect wouldn't have sent him here. However, even if it's a grade 7, the gap between them is still huge. I think that Cui Yuan seems to be a bit stronger. The art is so intense this time that even 7th-tier alchemists are almost common. I remember that in the last double meeting, a 7th-tier alchemist from Myriad Treasure Store amazed everyone and won the championship. The new waves of the Yangtze River surpass the old waves. It's a time when the young talents of the Merchant Union are emerging one after another. They might push the entire Merchant Union to an incomparably prosperous era, and even compete with the 7 superpowers. It's still too early to fight against the 7 superpowers. This time, I'll be able to take a look at the Blade Sect's strength and see how far they've reached. After all, the Saber Sword Sect's goal this time is to be number 1. First, I think it'll be extremely difficult. They've underestimated the elites of the Merchant Union. I hope they can see the power of the Merchant Union this time. Look, the people of Tianyuan Trading Company are here. The crowd's discussion stopped for a moment, and Ding Ling who was the leader of the crowd, came over. He had a charming smile on his face, which made people feel as if the spring breeze was blowing on their faces. He was full of confidence and looked noble and inviolable. As they admired the beauty, their resentful eyes fell on Yunxiao, who was standing behind her. This native of the southern region, who had suddenly appeared, had immediately wooed their goddess. Damn it! Not only Ding Ling but Shui Luoyan was also the one who fell in love. The martial arts and technique duels this time would be the first time all the young men in the Merchant Union would have sleepless nights. Everyone had the same thought. Damn Yunxiao and damn Chun Feng. These two outsiders not only stole our limelight, but also our women. Now all the young men were united against a common enemy, hoping that someone could suppress these two outsiders and make the business union's local men proud. Miss Ding, you look like you're bathing in the spring breeze. You seem to be full of confidence. Cui Bo narrowed his eyes and smiled. His eyes involuntarily fell on Yunxiao, who was standing behind him, and Mo Xiaochuan, who had killed an elder of the Empyrean One Pavilion with a single sword strike. He was worthy of a few more glances. Ding Ling smiled and said, "It's just a competition for a spot. I'm still confident. But I think it's still a bit too far-fetched to say that he's going to replace Myriad Treasure Store as the leader of the Merchant Union." Her words stunned everyone. Ding Ling had always been humble, polite, and a sponge. This time, however, he had changed his usual image. His words had become aggressive, like a sharp blade, revealing a little of his loftiness. In Myriad Treasure Store, a withered and yellow face turned around. Its expression was numb, but its eyes were unusually sharp as they fell on Yunxiao, as if they were going to see through him completely. Yunxiao's heart jolted, as if his entire body had been seen through by the gaze. An indescribable sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He followed the gaze and looked back. The sharpness in the gaze suddenly disappeared, only to see a pair of dark and turbid eyes and a stiff expression. "Young Master Yun, what's wrong?" Both Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang noticed Yunxiao's strange look and asked with concern at the same time. Yunxiao had not been able to recover his primordial energy since he returned with serious injuries yesterday, which worried everyone. "Young Master Yun, is Xianxia all right?" Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang became nervous when they heard their greetings. Their undisguisable concern and love for each other made the people of the Chamber of Commerce even more jealous. Although Luo Yunshang did not have Ding Ling intimidating temperament, she was still a living beauty, which gave her a different kind of feeling, which was completely different from Ding Ling. "I'm fine," Yunxiao said lightly. "I was just bitten by a mosquito." Although his words were said in a relaxed manner, his heart was in turmoil. He only felt that it was very bad. He felt that there was a very terrifying expression hidden under that sallow face. Although it was just an indifferent glance just now, it was as if all his secrets had been discovered by the other party. He had never felt this way before. Who is this person in the 10,000 Treasures building? I have no impression of him before. Could it be that he was the one who used the blue meteorite to test me that day? Xianxia had a lot of speculations in his heart, but no matter how he tried to test the man with his eyes, the man still had an indifferent look on his face, unwilling to pay him any more attention. It's a mosquito bite, young Master Yun. Ding Ling said. If you feel any discomfort, please don't force yourself. Her words were sincere, and the gentleness in her eyes became a little hot, which made Xianxia feel a little uncomfortable in front of so many people. Is this Li Xianxia, who has gained a great reputation today? You seem to be a little dispirited. Are you participating in today's technique as well? Cui Bo looked at Xianxia curiously. This was the first time he had seen this man, and he was indeed extraordinary. It's just a child's game, Xianxia said with a smile. You can just participate as you wish. Who is this wax-faced old man? He seems unfamiliar. His words were directed at Xian Yutong, and he sneered in his heart. So what if you see through my identity? I, Li Xianxia, have never retreated from anyone. Since you've exposed me, I'll point it out to you. The faces of the people of the 10,000 Treasures Tower were filled with displeasure, and they all revealed anger. Pointing at their 10,000 Treasures Tower's elder and calling him an old man like this was extremely disrespectful to them. On the other hand, Xian Yutong still had that wooden expression on his face. He didn't even turn his head, as if he didn't care about this at all. Ren Guangzhen and Li Feiyu weren't in the seats either. It was unknown why they were absent. Cui Bo's face turned cold and he said, This is the second elder of Myriad Treasures Store, Xian Yutong. Young Master Yun, your question seems to be extremely impolite. Although he was angry, he was still a deputy sect leader after all, and he was now representing Myriad Treasures Store to manage the business alliance, so he couldn't lose his manners. Humph, manners? Xianxia sneered and said, When Myriad Treasures Store and Tianyi Pavilion were against Tianyuan Trading Company, did you ever think about being polite? We can only treat the wicked with evil. He brought up the old matter again, not giving the Myriad Treasure Tower any face at all. Cui Bo had also heard the outcome of the incident from Ren Guangyao, and he knew that Xianxia had a sharp tongue. If he continued to argue, he would only get himself into more trouble. Just as he was feeling extremely embarrassed, a cold snort was heard. How arrogant! You reckless thing! The voice was bone-chilling, filled with extreme resentment and killing intent. Startled, everyone turned to look and saw Su Danhe of the Heavenly One Pavilion. She had arrived at some point, staring at Xianxia with eyes as cold and vicious as a venomous snake's, as if she wanted to devour him on the spot. Xianxia frowned and said, Old thing, didn't you lose enough face last time? You fucking stinky mouth. You better pray that you don't fall into my hands in this lifetime. Su Danhe trembled with anger, and Liang Yui's face turned a little pale behind her. She looked at Xianxia with eyes full of unwillingness and hatred, and her lips were red from biting them. Don't worry, Xianxia said with a sneer. I really don't take your Empyrean One Pavilion seriously. Old lady, you're worrying too much. Wah wah. Damn it. Damn it. The aura on Su Danhe's body suddenly exploded. Her face was green and red, and her hands were shaking in the air. Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang were both on high alert. They stood in front of Xianxia, one on the left and one on the right, fearing that the old woman would suddenly attack. Haha, young Master Yun is indeed humorous. I'm still looking forward to a battle with you, but you don't look too good. If we go through the technique art again today, can we still fight tomorrow? Qian Wudi's voice rang out, as if he was trying to help him out. The rest of Zhozhou's people all looked like they were watching a good show, eager to start a fight so that they could take advantage of the situation. Even if they couldn't get any benefits, they could at least feast their eyes. They didn't think that with their weak strength, if Su Danhe really made a move, They would probably be the first to be swept up and crushed into pieces, leaving nothing behind. As you wish, Xianxia said with a smile. I'll do as you wish. His eyes revealed a look of admiration for Chen Wudi. On the endless road of martial Dao, there were too many young people who had set him as their goal and advanced forward. There was even a time when they had come in front of him and dared to challenge him. Chen Wudi's body had this kind of martial Dao inheritance spirit. Chen Wudi was taken aback. The temperament Xianxia showed at the moment was like a lofty mountain, which made him have an illusion at that moment, as if the man in front of him was a martial Dao senior, who was silently watching him from a place beyond his reach. This kind of illusion spread uncontrollably in his heart, causing his mind to be greatly shaken. How arrogant! I wonder if your strength is as powerful as your mouth. A man's figure flashed out of the Empyrean One pavilion. With a cold face, he walked toward Xianxia and said, "Let me see if you have the right to stand here and speak." Every step he took seemed to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. A thin layer of pale yellow energy appeared around his body, like a thin film of water. It stuck to his skin and became more solid with every step he took. Borrowing power. It's actually borrowing momentum. Could it be that soul attacks can also be borrowed? This person is Tong Xiu? It's said that his master is a great alchemist in the Holy Realm. Exclamations came from all around. It was common to use the power of heaven and earth in the use of martial arts. But the power of the soul was the most difficult to grasp, let alone using the power of heaven and earth for one's own use to enhance the soul. The power of the soul is also the power of the heavens and the earth. It should also be able to be borrowed. However, how many people could do it? It looks like there's going to be a lot of suspense in the outcome of this technique. There were many exclamations and sighs around. With every step Tong Xiu took, a force seemed to gather and spin in the air, turning into a sharp blade-like soul attack that shook Xianxia's soul. As he got closer and closer, the shock grew stronger and stronger. A cruel smile appeared on Tong Xiu's face. His soul attacks were endless, each wave stronger than the last, as if he wanted to shatter Xianxia's soul by force. He also understood Elder Su's impression of this person. If he could help Elder Su vent his anger, his status would rise rapidly. Xianxia frowned. He had recognized the origin of Tong Xiu's attack, and he sneered in his heart. So he's your disciple, then I won't be polite. His face turned cold as he circulated the great expansion divine technique in his body. Instantly, his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness turned into a vast ocean, causing Tong Xiu's various attacks to sink into the ocean without any waves. This Tao Wu. Tong Xiu was shocked. His attack was not hindered at all. It was just that he seemed to have hit nothing. He felt that there was nothing in front of him. He could not find a target or focus at all. How did this happen? Tong Xiu's face began to sweat, because he suddenly thought of the worst possibility. That was, the other party's soul power was far superior to his, which was why such a strange thing happened. He immediately realized that the situation was not good. In a moment of desperation, he wanted to withdraw his soul power, but he suddenly found that he was pulled by an extremely powerful suction force. No matter how much strength he used, he could not move at all. His expression instantly changed, and sweat poured down like rain. At this moment, he was using an extremely powerful and overbearing cultivation method, which consumed a lot of soul power. He couldn't advance and he couldn't retreat. He was caught in a dilemma, and the most important thing was that his soul power was constantly being consumed. If this continued, he would be completely consumed before he even started the technique. What made him even more embarrassed was that he was walking toward Xianxia at the moment, so everyone was staring at him, thinking that he had the upper hand and was watching the two tigers fight. The people of the Empyrean One Pavilion were waiting for him to slap Xianxia in the face to avenge their sect. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, wetting his clothes. Only a few people could see his embarrassment. Cui Yuan slowly stood up from his seat, his face flashing with a silver light, like a magic wheel turning. A silver light shone in front of him, turning into a cutting blade and slashing wildly between the two. He didn't even move when Nanmen Xingye challenged him, but now he was trying to save Tong Xiu. He obviously didn't want anything to happen to Empyrean 1 Pavilion. In other words, it was at least beneficial for Myriad Treasure Store to stabilize Empyrean 1 Pavilion's position. Otherwise, they would not be willing to consume their soul power to make a move at such a crucial moment. A sharp blade-like soul power slashed over and immediately cut Tong Xiu's soul power. Although it was a great waste, at least he was free. Tong Xiu's face was extremely pale, and to hide his embarrassment, he blurted out, "Since Cui Yuan of Myriad Treasure Store has interfered, I'll let you off today." Yun Xiao sneered in his heart. When Cui Yuan performed the soul-cutting technique, Tong Xiu's soul power, which he had stored in his spirit ocean, was spat out in an instant, like a huge sea beast that had just finished absorbing seawater. It was a joke that Tong Xiu did not know how to regulate his breathing the moment his soul power was cut off. Instead, he shamelessly boasted about his face. In the end, just as he finished speaking, he felt a huge soul power hit his chest like a mountain. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. What's going on? Su Danhe was taken aback. Although she was very strong, she was not an alchemist, so she could not judge the situation just now. It was just that his own disciple had always had the upper hand. After Cui Yuan's intervention, he was immediately injured and sent flying. "Cui Yuan, what a good thing you've done." Su Danhe's eyes widened in anger as she instantly locked onto the space where Cui Yuan was. She rose into the air, and before anyone from Myriad Treasure Store could react, she had already grabbed Cui Yuan and roared, "What is the Myriad Treasure Tower's intention for hurting my participant?" At this moment, Cui Yuan was being suppressed by a huge force. He could not even speak. He felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. "If I didn't save you, I'm afraid you participants would have lost your lives. Now you're actually blaming me? Is there such an unjust thing in the world?" Cui Bo's expression changed as well. He roared, "Su Danhe, you're crazy. My son is trying to save your disciple." His heart was filled with incomparable anger. Just now, he was the one who saw that the situation seemed to be wrong. After communicating with Cui Yuan through voice transmission, he asked him to help. If he knew that this would be the result, it would be better to let that kid die. At that moment, Yun Xiao's face was filled with fear as he said angrily, "Old hag, quickly let go of my savior, or else I swear to be irreconcilable with you." He cast a grateful look at Cui Yuan and said, "Thank you for saving me, child Cui. Don't worry, I will never allow you to hurt me." Cui Bo and his son's faces turned blue when they heard that. Both of them secretly thought that Yun Xiao was too cunning, and they knew that they were in trouble when they saw Su Danhe's face change drastically. Sure enough, Su Danhe's face was full of anger, like a volcano that was suppressing an eruption. She laughed in anger and said, "Ha ha, Cui Bo, you really think I'm an idiot? This kid is already very grateful to your son, and you actually said you were going to save my disciple." Cui Yuan, who was under his 5 fingers, only felt a cold force rushing into his body. He had no power to resist at all, and he was unable to speak. Large beads of cold sweat trickled down, and he was in unbearable pain. Cui Bo was shocked and furious. Waves of energy emerged from his body as he said angrily, "Old woman, if you hurt my son, I'll kill everyone from the Empyrean 1 Pavilion." The experts of 10,000 Treasures Tower came out in full strength and instantly surrounded all the people of Empyrean 1 Pavilion. A battle was about to break out. Su Danhe was shocked. If they were to really fight, other than her, who was confident that she could escape unscathed, the rest of her disciples would probably all be buried here. Under the pressure of the sky, he finally softened a little. However, he was still furious and said, "Your son is a human, but my disciple isn't." "I'll say it again," Cui Bo said coldly. "My son was trying to save your disciple. Otherwise, your disciple would have been killed by that Li Yunxiao." Su Danhe was shocked. She looked at Cui Bo's silver face and started to believe him. "Tower Lord Cui, don't be afraid of Empyrean 1 Pavilion. I, Li Yunxiao, am by no means an ungrateful person. I will die with Myriad Treasure Store, and I will force this ugly old woman to compromise and save my benefactor." Yunxiao said righteously as he glared at Su Danhe, his eyes almost spurting out fire. Old woman, if you know what's good for you, then let go of your benefactor, and then bring your people from Empyrean 1 Pavilion to kneel and admit your mistakes. Otherwise, Myriad Treasures Store will never let you off. Wow! You should die. Yunxiao's words had directly provoked Su Danhe, and she no longer believed Cui Bo's words. She roared, "Your son injured my disciple, so I'll also punish him today. However, it's not that my Heavenly 1 Pavilion is afraid of your Myriad Treasures Store. It's just that I, Su Danhe, must consider the overall situation first for today's skill battle." Stop! A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Cui Bo roared in anger and rushed forward. Unfortunately, he only saw Cui Yuan spurting out a mouthful of blood in Su Danhe's hands. He didn't know what kind of injury he had suffered, but his body was sent flying. "A blood for a blood, it's fair," Su Danhe said coldly. Her body exuded a sharp aura, and she was ready for anything. She really did spit out a mouthful of blood. This old woman has guts. With a smile on his face, Yunxiao gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Come, everyone, give me a like." The people of Tianyuan Trading Company all smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Great, great. When Su Danhe saw Yunxiao's look, she immediately had a bad feeling. Her heart sank, and she suddenly shouted, "Tong Xiu, where's Tong Xiu?" After being sent flying by Yunxiao's move, Tong Xiu no longer dared to be arrogant. He sat cross-legged on the ground far away and began to regulate his breathing. If he continued to ignore his injuries, he was afraid that he would really be in trouble this time. At that time, he could not bear the great elder's wrath. Who knew that such a major thing would happen? Before he could react and explain, Cui Yuan had already been injured by Su Danhe's palm. When he heard the first elder calling for him, he was so scared that his legs were trembling. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. His face was pale, as if he had already anticipated the consequences. "The great elder is calling for you." A disciple saw his pale face and thought that his injuries were still too serious. He kindly went over and helped him over. Tong Xiu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. If he told the truth, he might be beaten to death on the spot. After stammering for a while, he covered up, "The situation was too urgent just now, so I didn't see clearly who hurt me. It should be Yunxiao, right?" He sneaked a glance at Su Danhe, whose expression had changed drastically, and hurriedly said, "After young Master Cui made his move, I was thinking that I would let Li Yunxiao go this time. I didn't expect him to attack me when I was unprepared. I was kind enough to spare his life, but he repaid my kindness with ingratitude. It's all my fault. I can't blame you, young Master Cui, but that Li Yunxiao is too cunning." Cui Bo and his son were filled with resentment. Their faces were ashen as they glared at Tong Xiu. The latter lowered his head, not daring to look up at the two. Su Danhe's expression turned ugly after hearing this, and she said in a deep voice, "Although Yunxiao is despicable, in the end, it was Cui Yuan who injured my disciple, so it's not a big deal for me to give him a small punishment. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame him for being a busybody." Tong Xiu had come out to lie, and Yunxiao would definitely not help them. Cui Bo and Cui Yuan could only swallow their resentment and blame themselves for being nosy. If they had known this would happen, they would have let Yunxiao play him to death just now. "Good, very good." Cui Bo spat out these words coldly. His aura became extremely cold. He looked at the people from the Empyrean 1 Pavilion with no expression. This enmity was settled. The surrounding people didn't know what was going on, but seeing the enmity between the two chambers of commerce, some were happy while others were worried. At least, the people of Money Sect were very happy. Zhang Chong smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Everyone has injured disciples, so let's just forget about this matter." However, Xianxia Myriad Treasure Store injured young Master Cui, while Empyrean 1 Pavilion injured ordinary disciples. There's still a gap between their status. "Elder Su, I think you should just apologize." On the surface, he seemed to be trying to mediate the fight, but in everyone's ears it felt strange, like a conspiracy. Sure enough, Su Danhe was immediately furious after hearing this and said, "Humph, Cui Bo's son is a human, but my disciple is not. Elder Su, you've misunderstood. I'm only saying that we have different identities. Moreover, Myriad Treasure Store is the host of the double duel, so we must follow their rules. Your disciple was the one who made the first move, so it's very reasonable for them to interfere." Su Danhe coldly said, "Their rules? The merchant union has always respected the seven of us. Since when did Myriad Treasure Store become the supreme power? I just don't believe in his rules." The surrounding people were all stunned. The more Zhang Chong tried to stop the fight, the deeper the conflict became. Anyone with eyes could see that he was doing this on purpose. Su Danhe was a complete idiot with a natural IQ defect. They didn't know why the Empyrean 1 Pavilion would send her to lead the team. Even Cui Bo frowned. Although the two sects had formed a grudge, he was the deputy head of the 10,000 Treasures building after all. He had to put the interests of the Chamber of Commerce first. If the two sects were to go to war, it would not be in their interests at all. Just as he was about to speak, a loud laugh was suddenly heard. "Ha, Zhang Chong, you'll only be happy if today's battle can't be held?" A group of people walked out from the crowd. The leader was a purple-robed old man. He was in high spirits and was slightly fat. His cheeks were slightly red, and there was a smile in his eyes. Zhang Chong looked at him and chuckled. "Min Chengxiang, you look good. Did something good happen? Why do I have a feeling that your Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce will be at the bottom this time?" His eyes swept across the people of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and fell on a young man with bronze skin. This man's face was a little dull, obviously because he had not communicated with others for a long time. However, the spiritual fluctuation on his body was extremely strong, so he should be the contestant. The appearance of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce relieved the tense atmosphere at once, attracting everyone's attention. Especially for those chambers of commerce that had developed to a certain scale, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce seemed to be their only chance to take this opportunity to rise in power. Min Chengxiang did not mind Zhang Chongdai's provocative words at all and laughed. "No matter how we compete, no matter how we decide, there will always be someone at the bottom." Zhang Chong was stunned for a moment. Then he snorted coldly and did not say anything else. This Min Chengxiang wasn't Su Danhe. He was also an old fox through and through. Moreover, by saying this, it seemed that he was narrow-minded. Elder Min's magnanimity is indeed beyond that of some petty people. Cui Bo chuckled. "No one is optimistic about your Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, but I know the background of this kid next to you. I'm afraid that he's enough to shock everyone. At that time, I'm afraid that those senseless chambers of commerce will be eliminated." It was hard to tell whether he was insinuating that he was targeting the Empyrean 1 Pavilion, the Money Sect, or even Yunxiao, but his unfriendly attitude was obvious. When everyone heard what he said, they looked at the bronze-skinned man even more curiously. He seemed to be different from the rest. "You must be joking, Lord Cui," said Min Chengxiang with a smile. "Why were there still 2 clans missing? I thought this old man was the most dawdling, but it seems I'm still early." Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the sky and a poem was recited. "The world changes like a game of chess. The mysteries of the universe are unfathomable. The 7 heroes gather in the city and laugh at all heroes in one fell swoop. A ray of purple light descended from the sky and landed on the 4 extreme sex seats. More than 10 people came out from the light." Luoying smiled and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. I was dealing with some matters and came late." "What is it that is more important than the skill formula?" Min Chengxiang laughed. "It's not convenient for me to go into detail about the sex headache. Fortunately, I'm not the last one," Luoying said with a faint smile. Yunxiao looked over and saw that Tang Jie and Tang Xian were both in the formation, but they were divided into 2 groups and ignored each other. Tang Jie was accompanied by a martial emperor, but he did not see the big demon. Luo Ying's so-called headache might be this internal struggle. This kind of thing would happen in any sect, but the 4 extreme sects' internal affairs were already at an irreconcilable stage. "Humph, you cunning bastard," We were originally in front, but you just had to fly in the sky and get ahead of us. Humph. A cold snort could be heard as the people from the Mando Chamber of Commerce slowly appeared. Everyone's gazes turned towards them, but none of them looked at the leader. Instead, their eyes were all on Shui Luoyan and the Blade Sect. The business alliance's duels for many years had been an internal matter. This time, the Mando Chamber of Commerce had pulled the Blade Sect into their ranks, causing many people to feel extremely conflicted, and they felt like they were xenophobic. In particular, this foreign aid was brought in through a marriage of beauty, which made everyone feel a little ashamed. It's normal for you to be a little late to welcome your distinguished guests, Luoying said with a meaningful smile. His words were full of sarcasm, and everyone could hear the disdain and contempt in everyone's eyes. The leader of the Mando Chamber of Commerce, Renmin, had a flash of embarrassment and anger on his face, and he said coldly, "Luoying, when did you become so mean?" He snorted heavily and led the crowd to his Chamber of Commerce's seats. In the group, there was a man with a cold and sharp gaze. He had a haughty expression on his face. From the moment the Mando Chamber of Commerce entered, he had been acting as if everyone owed him money. When Luoying opened her mouth, his sharp gaze shot straight at her, filled with hatred. Shui Luoyan, who had been cold and silent the entire time, suddenly opened her mouth and said softly, "There's no need to be angry, young Master Xiao. They only provoked you with their words because they were afraid of your strength." Xiao Jingming revealed a smug expression as his gaze lingered on Shui Luoyan's face. His eyes were filled with unconcealed greed and adoration as he chuckled. "Little Sister Yener is so smart, but these people are too stupid. Do they think that they can stop the rise of my Mando Chamber of Commerce? I'll use my strength to teach them a lesson and make them understand the cruel reality in front of them." Shui Luoyan chuckled coldly, causing Xiao Jingming to become a little dazed. He said, "I naturally believe in young Master Zhao's strength." The conversation between the two didn't cover up their voices at all. Xiao Jingming's voice seemed to be deliberately loud, so that everyone in the hall could hear it clearly, and they all frowned. Yun Xiao did not know about the marriage between the Mando Chamber of Commerce and the Blade Sect, so he was very displeased. Who's this person who's afraid that people don't know he's an idiot? Could it be that he's participating in the technique battle today? The people from the 7 merchant alliances were not kind people either. After hearing Xiao Jingming's words, they were already filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that they all had their own concerns and didn't want to face the Blade Sect directly, someone would have already rushed out to challenge them. When they heard Yun Xiao's voice, they immediately beamed with joy. He was not someone to be trifled with. It would be best if they had a conflict and both sides were badly injured. "Hee, young Master Yun, you don't know. This man is the good son-in-law of the Mando Business Guild and the young talent of the Blade Sect. He's not a big idiot like you said," Tang Xian explained with a smile. Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he said with a frown, "Blade Sect? Son-in-law?" He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became a little strange. After returning from yesterday's battle, he immediately went into seclusion to recover. He only came out now and did not talk to anyone about his battle with Chen Feng. Now, he seemed to understand why the people from the Blade Sect had appeared outside Songyang City. If the person in front of him was here to participate in the technique, then the dust would have been everywhere. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. Since no one knew him yesterday, it was fine if the son of the sect master of the Blade Sect had beaten him up. He could just leave after that. However, if tomorrow morning Wind appeared, he would be able to recognize him. Naturally, he was not afraid of anything. It was just that his current strength was too low to contend with the 7 superpowers. Ding Ling also whispered in his ear, telling him about the Mando Chamber of Commerce. Sure enough, it was exactly as Yun Xiao had guessed. He could not help but feel a headache coming on. He hoped that Chun Feng's injuries were too serious and that he would not be able to participate in the competition tomorrow. He now regretted not stepping on Chen Feng a few more times and breaking a few more bones yesterday. Ding Ling saw the worry on his face and thought that he was worried after knowing the other party's identity. She laughed frankly and said, "It'll be fine, whether it's the Saber Sect or anyone else. Tianyuan Trading Company will always be with young Master Yun. Yun Xiao knew that she had misunderstood, but he still felt it in his heart. He smiled slightly and did not explain. Impudent! Xiao Jingming flew into a rage. With his high and mighty status, he could not allow anyone to offend him, not to mention in front of the woman he liked. This was a taboo for every man. He slammed the table and rose to his feet on the spot. A long sword made a sharp sound as it pierced straight at Yun Xiao, trying to take his life. In his eyes, these people from the Chamber of Commerce were just a bunch of country bumpkins. He had already given them enough face by participating in this technique, but there were still people who were blind and wanted to court death. When he saw Yun Xiao's cultivation base of 5 stars Martial Emperor, he attacked without thinking. "You can't!" The powerful citizen cried out in shock, but it was too late. Furthermore, Xiao Jingming didn't really listen to him, and in his panic, he turned to look at Shui Luoyan. Although Shui Luoyan's marriage partner was Chun Feng, he did not expect this young alchemist from the Saber sect to be so fascinated by her. Shui Luoyan turned her head slightly and pretended not to see it. Her eyes followed Xiao Jingming's sword and looked at it indifferently. "Ignorant!" Yun Xiao snorted and raised his hand, then slightly stretched out his fingers and pinched the sword, pointing at a flower and smiling. Xiao Jingming immediately found that the long sword could no longer move. Not only that, but a force was directly transmitted from the sword, which also shocked his body. He was suddenly shocked. "Get lost! Let's go," Yun Xiao said in a low voice. Then he flicked the sword with 2 fingers, causing it to let out a very strong dragon roar that buzzed in the ears of the people around him. Xiao Jingming, on the other hand, felt half of his body go numb from the shock, and his whole body was sent flying back to the Mando Chamber of Commerce's seats. The powerful man hurriedly flew up and caught Xiao Jingming. Otherwise, if this old man fell and broke, he couldn't afford to be responsible. "Damn it! Damn it! Kill him! Kill him now!" Xiao Jingming roared with a red face. He already knew that he couldn't beat the other party, so he didn't dare to go forward and humiliate himself. He kept roaring at the powerful people. Without waiting for the man to answer, Bo said, "All right, stop fooling around. Since he was already here, let's start. Any more troublemakers will be disqualified." This time, Xiao Jingming also quieted down and didn't dare to make too much noise. His mission was to get first place. If he was disqualified and could not complete the mission, the consequences would be very serious. However, his face was purple with shame and anger, and he did not dare to look at the woman he had fallen in love with. His hatred for Yun Xiao had risen to the level of his greatest enemy. "There's no need to take it to heart, young Master Xiao," Shui Luoyan said indifferently. "This man's strength is rather strange, and young Master Xiao is an alchemy master. Naturally, you can't have a martial arts competition with him. However, this man also seems to be the representative of Tianyuan Trading Company. When young Master Xiao defeats him, he will naturally be able to vent his anger." "Oh? He's actually the person who created the technique? That's great." Xiao Jingming's fingernails were almost digging into his flesh as he glared at Yun Xiao, his heart filled with anger. As Bo's voice rang out, the large square, which was filled with tens of thousands of people, fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the central 10,000 Treasures Tower seats, waiting for his announcement. Everyone began to become nervous. "I'll cut to the chase," Bo said. "As usual, the alchemist's comprehensive ability is a test of the alchemist's skill formula. As usual, the standard of judgment is based on the level of the tower's clearance." He opened his palm, and a small round pagoda with 7 apertures flew out. The weapon essence on it vibrated and shone with 7 different lights. The power was a little chaotic. "Next, we will invite the representatives of each Chamber of Commerce to inspect the tower." Bo made a hand seal and the light on the tower disappeared. Then, he pushed it lightly and the tower flew towards Luo Ying of the 4 Extremes sect on the left. After Luo Ying received it, his spiritual sense circled the tower and also extinguished a ray of light. He said indifferently, "No problem," he said. He then passed it to the people of Money sect. It was only then that Yunxiao understood that the art tower was jointly sealed by the 7 chambers of commerce and handed over to Myriad Treasure's store to manage. If he were to perform another technique now, he would need the people of the 7 chambers of commerce to check if his seal was intact and if the art pagoda had been tampered with. As everyone's technique was different and extremely brilliant, the possibility of Myriad Treasure's store breaking through the seal jointly laid by the other 6 chambers of commerce and tampering with it was 0. Moreover, before each chamber of commerce unsealed their seal, they would investigate it again to ensure that nothing went wrong. After everyone had examined it, the spell tower was passed to Ding Ling. Only a beam of light was left on it. She examined it carefully and retracted the last beam of light with a unique technique. She pushed the spell tower back into Cui Bo's hand and said, "No problem." Cui Bo smiled and took the spell tower. Since all the representatives have examined it, it proves that everything is normal in this art tower. I'll take my leave. His left hand gently moved forward. A green light emerged, dragging the technique tower to the center. As soon as it touched the ground, it made a huge trembling sound and slowly grew bigger. In a few breaths, it grew to a height of 1,000 feet and a radius of 30 to 40 meters. It stood tall in the center of Songyue City, looking extremely beautiful from the sky. Everyone, hand over the keys. Cui Bo spread his hands, and the other 6 representatives took out a piece of jade inlaid with gold and shot it at the door of the spell tower. There were 2 old men carved on the door. One was meditating and refining pills, while the other was condensing thunder and refining tools. The expressions and movements of the 2 were vividly drawn, and even the fingerprints on their hands were basic refining techniques, standard textbook movements. Around the 2 old men was an ordinary refining array. The 7 array eyes had caved in and were missing a piece of material, which was the key that the 7 old men were holding. 7 rays of light shot into the array eye. Immediately, there was movement on the door. The 2 old men who had remained still suddenly moved. The incantation seals in their hands began to change. The door slowly opened, and a corridor ladder appeared, leading to the depths. Everyone held their breath and focused, not daring to take a deep breath during this process. It was only when the door opened that they began to breathe. Everyone, I won't say much about the rules. This art tower has a total of 9 floors, which represent the strength of the 1st to the 9th level. Whoever can reach the highest level will win. Cui Bo made a gesture of invitation and said, "From now on, if someone stops at a cultivation level for more than 2 hours, it means that your strength can only stop there. Then you will be automatically transported out. The top 10 people will be given 10 to 1 point, depending on their ranking. This tower has already set up an age restriction, and those above 30 can't enter. Participating brats, please come in." Although this kind of test using the art tower as the level of the art was not completely accurate, it was still a common practice on the continent. As soon as the door of the technique pagoda opened, everyone rushed in impatiently. Most of them were disciples of small chambers of commerce, hoping to get the first chance. However, that was just a psychological comfort. The real results had nothing to do with the order. A middle-aged man was apprehensive and asked, "I'm 30 this year. Can I participate?" Cui Bo looked at him and said, "You'll know when you go over and try. If your actual age is over, you won't be able to enter the sect." The middle-aged man walked forward with a nervous look on his face. He took a step into the door and entered it without any obstruction. He was immediately ecstatic and burst into laughter. "He's just a 6th-tier alchemist," said Nanmen Xingye with a sneer. "What's the point of going in?" Cui Yuan said, "You can't say that. The function of this art pagoda is not only to test the strength of the opponent. It is also very beneficial to the cultivation of art. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people fighting to participate in the competition. It's only for the sake of cultivation. The only ones who have the strength to compete are the few of us." After the 2 finished speaking, they entered one after another. "Kid, I'll wait for you inside. Come in if you dare." Xiao Jingming pointed a finger at Yunxiao and said fiercely, then rushed in. Tang Xian smiled. "It's just a mad dog. Don't worry about it." Yunxiao simply ignored him. He nodded and entered the tower. The black passage went straight up, and soon, it was bright. The whole interior was actually a vacuum, with nothing inside. Many young alchemists were suspended in it and rising slowly. Xianxia was a little surprised. The test method of each art tower was different, and this tower did not seem to be so simple. He did not know who had refined it, but it had an ancient charm to it. He slowly walked into the yellow light, and the scenery in front of him changed. It turned into a world of flowers and spring, and there was actually a universe inside.